everybody, and welcome to Captain Mac Live. How's everybody doing today? Let's get a roll call going over here. We got, over here is my chat window, by the way. And let's get the sound back on here. When I'm on a different window, of course, sound goes off. This is Easy over here, good friend of mine. I'm glad you could make it easy. Thanks for joining us. I know Pat's in here somewhere. There's Pat over there. Interestingly enough, when I first loaded in, Pat's aircraft was in, or Pat's paint scheme was the same as mine, which is this guy right here, and Easy's wasn't, so I changed Easy's paint scheme to the default, because for some reason this paint scheme right here is not showing up in my list on FS Cloud. So I changed Easy over to the default camo paint scheme for the default DC-3, and it changed Pat's as well. So welcome to FS Cloud, folks. Good times. I haven't hopped on to TeamSpeak yet. I suppose I should probably do that over here. Let me do that real quick. Popping up windows here. I know it's ridiculous, right? There's my TeamSpeak window, and this thing is this update's driving me nuts. My computer's like being slow right now, like super duper slow. So I'm gonna do something totally crazy here right before I jump on TeamSpeak. Like never heard of on live stream, right? I'm gonna kill some processes over here. Welcome to Captain Mac live stream, because it's got like the Steam thing runs in the background. We can kill that. I'm just trying to, I don't know, open up some space here. I'm running a little behind this morning, trying to get everything set up, rocking and rolling. And I had to go get donuts this morning. That was the thing. So if it wasn't for the need for donuts, then we probably wouldn't have had this issue. I'd have been a little bit further ahead. Just to make sure, while we're doing the roll call over there, everybody let me know if you can hear me all right. Sometimes I've noticed at least on the video recordings, once I upload them to YouTube, that it is super loud. So I moved the microphone a little further away from my mouth, and I'm hoping that really helps. But let me know, guys. And okay, let me fire up TeamSpeak here now. See who's on there. There we go. There we go. We got a few guys in here. Fantastic. All right. So on TeamSpeak, I have to set this up. See, I'm way behind. Hi, guys. Saying hi to the folks on TeamSpeak. I need to change this to push to talk real quick. All right. Everybody hear me all right on TeamSpeak? Fantastic. And are you guys hearing me all right on the live stream as well? I'll take that as a yes. So listen, here's what we're going to do. We are going to jump down into lounge number 2, so that if people are dropping in here to the check-in desk, they're not bumping into us when they don't want to be here. Roger? Roger. Okay, we got things up and running there. Somebody else just dropped into our come on, brain function. FS Cloud here. You guys all got your engines running and everything. What, you didn't want to do an engine start or what? Oh, it's Noam 1121. Let me get his aircraft squared away here. And let's see. Man, I hate being behind. Where are we at? Noam, there he is. I don't know why it put him in the trike, but there you go. It's going to be a good one, boys. It's going to be a good one. Let's see. There we go. DC-3 Paint 4 is the one, I believe. He should disappear and then come back shortly. And there we go. Okay. Alright, guys, so I think we're up and running. Who we got here? Cornholio's on board. Fantastic. Pat's on board, and he's also in TeamSpeak with us. Great to have you here, Pat, as always. And Easy, my good friend Easy, he was able to make it today for the entire stream. So everybody please welcome Easy to the stream as well. It looks like there's just 4 of us on here right now. Usually I get a little better, but it is what it is. We're going to have some fun either way. Alright, let's take a look at a couple things here real quick, guys. And then we can get fired up and get headed out. For some reason, Noam's airplane isn't popping back up. Big surprise. but we'll deal with that in a minute. If you go to your fuel and payload, gents, you're going to want to have about 3,600 pounds of fuel, give or take. So the way I set it up, 100% in both the primary tanks and 50% in the auxiliaries. That should leave us plenty of extra fuel if we need it. So we're going to go on that. And then in your flight planner, let me just go to Navlog here, because one thing I discovered recently doing a different flight is you probably want to write these down. The headings in here that you need to fly are going to be a little different than the ones on this guy right here. And the reason is, on this guy here, this is from SkyVector. On SkyVector, the headings are based on the current magnetic heading and all that because of what's it called, magnetic declination or something like that. Anyway, what constitutes magnetic north is constantly shifting at a slow rate. But FSX is not shifting at any rate, so the headings are going to be a little different. So you'll notice on here from YZP to BKA, we are set to fly 312 degrees. And on here, it is 300, and depending on which one of these you use, because this is your track with wind correction angle, this is your true heading with magnetic variation. So 327 minus 19 puts it at what, 308? I think that's right. So it would be 308 degrees. So a difference there of 4 degrees, which can make a big difference over a long distance, right? So just something to keep in mind. Let me write something down here real quick. So we're going to go to BKA at 312, and then from there to YAK. See, normally I try to do all this before the stream, but it's good for you guys to see this anyway. At 303, so we're basically flying up the coastline here is what we're doing. Total distance is 780 miles today. Good times. 269, and then to EDF, if I can write the letter F there, at 280, and that's going to give us a little bit more accurate as far as our whatchamacallit's concerned. Whatchamacallit is a technical term, by the way. There we go. Alright, and then I need this guy. Unlock that. I got so many windows open over here, it's ridiculous. We will be flying at 14,000 feet again today, so I hope you brought your oxygen, folks. And our first heading is going to be 312 degrees. Yep. There we go. Fantastic. I got that set up. Now the last thing I need to do before I'm ready to rock and roll is Noam popped right out. Where'd he go? That's why he disappeared. He popped out. I forget which one is Noam. Is that Cornholio? I think it is. If it is Cornholio, you popped out of FS Cloud for some reason, so pop back in. And I'm going to hop into the flight deck here, and let's see who else we got on board. Hey, Z-Walla's here. Fantastic. Z-Walla, welcome aboard, my friend. Everybody say hi to Z-Walla. Yeah, there's like 5 people in here. Chicken Metal's on board. Happy Sunday to you, too. Great to have you here. You notice I rub my hands together a lot. I think that's a nervous tick type thing, right? That's alright, though. Alright. Let's see here. Wait for me. I just had... Oh, he had a power outage. Cornholio had a power outage. That's why... That would be why he hopped out of FS Cloud. We'll wait a few minutes for you. And Shaker MT's watching while driving, which... I don't even know how he manages that, but welcome aboard, Shaker MT. Great to have you here. For those of you who do not know or do not remember, the whole premise behind this series is to honor Shaker MT's father, who flew this similar route. We're flying it a little different in a DC-3 during the Vietnam War. So, and yeah, Noam was Cornholio. Fantastic. All right. So while we're taking a couple minutes, let's see. We're going to be flying 312 degrees out of here on our first VOR. So let's set this guy to 312. It won't even let me spin it without power on the aircraft. So I guess I'm going to be powering up the aircraft first. Good times. All right. Which one's a checklist? 6, right? Nope. That's GPS. I want that up anyway. 8. No. 7. There we go. Got it figured out. Okay, I'll be kicking that off here in a second. Let's see, this guy needs to come on. Let's make sure the brake is on, which it's not. The brake is on now. Let's see if I can get my brain to function. Generators need to come on. Lights need to come on. Not landing lights, so nav lights, beacon lights, passenger signs. And let's see, is this guy on or off? He's on. Those need to be off, and I think we're good to go. Let's kick off our checklist here. There we go.
Well, Ernie, ready? Then the before start checklist, please. Before start checklist. Parking brake set and checked. Doors closed. Battery on. Ground power. GPU disconnected. Generators both on. Beacon is on. Nav lights, that's on. Cabin signs, both on. Ignition master is on. Magnetos, checked both off. Fuel quantity, left main, check.
So left main we've got 100%.
Right main, check.
100% right main.
Right auxiliary, check.
50%.
Left auxiliary, check.
50%.
Fuel selectors, set and checked.
That's this one and this
Carburetor
one.
heat, checked on cold. Trim, set to 0. Cowl flaps.
Forgot to open those.
Full open. Mixture. Idle cutoff. Throttle.
Gotta crack the throttles.
Throttle is cracked. Prop control. Full forward. Flight controls.
All the way up.
Elevator full up. Elevator full down. Ailerons left. Ailerons right. Rudder full left.
Almost forgot the rudders.
Rudder full right. Flight controls checked and free. Before start checklist complete.
Alright, fantastic. Let's see. Noam got back in here. Do we got the right airplane for him yet? Doesn't look like it. I see him on the map here, but I don't see him actually in here. So let's try resetting his aircraft real quick, because I'd love to have him actually flying with us. That's Cornholio on the chat, by the way. Cornholio. Somebody watched too much Beavis and Butthead. He's probably really young and doesn't know what that is. There he is. Noam 1121. It shows him in the right aircraft, but he's not showing up on the. Oh, there he is now. Interestingly enough, it shows him in a proper DC or C-47, just not the right paint scheme. And I don't know why that is. But when I go in here, I don't. For some reason, guys, let me show this to you. Come here. Man, my computer's being slow right now. So this is what we're flying. Douglas C-47 version 3, right? So you would think that that would pop up down here as well, and then I would have the alternate options for the paint schemes. But this is what I have. So the only option I actually have is to put these guys in this one, which is what you see right here. Okay, paint 4, which is the default DC-3 paint scheme, but it's the only thing that's close to what I'm flying, so I'm trying to put them in the same thing. You always get that little thing there. And so he should have disappeared, and he should reappear here shortly, unless he has another power outage. Or who knows, it's FS Cloud. So, come on, reappear, reappear. Try it again. I want him to be able to fly with us. Now watch. So he's not reappearing, right? So I'll change him to a different... Oh, there he is. Never mind. I'm done. I'm not going to touch it again. We're done with that. All right. Cornholio, welcome aboard, my friend. Anything going in the chat? Let's see. Oh, you didn't have time to... Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. We've got you in this one here. So you guys, since you all have your engines running, again, make sure you got your fuel set. Should be about 3,600 pounds. That gives us plenty of extra. Make sure you've got the flight plan. Easiest way to do it, of course, is make sure it's entered into the FSX flight planner. It's your choice. But while I am starting my engine, since you guys took the cheaters route and left your engines running. Go ahead and get your aircraft all flipped around, but keep them as close to in place as you can. And we'll get ready to take off here pretty soon. And yeah, so I think for the takeoff what we'll do is Easy is off my left wing right now. So Easy, you'll follow me out. Me and you will taxi onto the runway, and we'll pull forward far enough for Cornholio and Pat to taxi onto the runway behind us, and then I'll give us a little countdown for takeoff. We'll go through the takeoff properly, which means we'll start out by holding our brakes. Well, I'll go through what we're going to actually do for the takeoff procedure as we roll it, but let's try to all get in the air relatively close to the same time so that we don't have to do any circling around or anything like that. Hope that makes sense to everybody. I'm going to hop in here. If it doesn't say something over in the chat, or you guys on TeamSpeak say something real quick and let me know. I'm going to go ahead and start the engines here. So let's see, what do we need here? I have to remember how to start the engines, what I need to do. We're going to start with the right engine. Oh, we need fuel pumps. There we go. That's what I couldn't remember. Fuel pumps. Don't need them both on yet, just this one. A little bit of prime, fire it up. 9 to 15 blades. Scroll those up. Mixture to 50% or more. Continue to prime. Come on, baby. There she goes. Bring the throttles up. About 18% seems to do it. Come on. You notice they didn't say anything this time? That's kind of weird, right? Usually they say something, you know, turning on 2, engine started, whatever. They didn't say anything. That's kind of weird. Anyway, okay, that one started. Now let's do number 1. Prime it for a few seconds. Spin her up. 9 to 15 blades. Magneto's on. Fuel mixture up. About there. Back to prime it. Yeah, they're not saying anything all of a sudden. I wonder why. That's kind of weird.
Next item, please. Right, before taxi checklist, please. Before taxi checklist. Inverters.
Well, we're not actually ready for the before taxi checklist. But they weren't saying anything all of a sudden. I don't know what happened. That was kind of weird. Chico Metal's into the cargo area with the donuts. Fantastic. You know what my nickname used to be at PVA, Chico Metal? Used to be Donut. Because I love donuts. Alright. Let's get inverter, radio, or avionics.
Avionics is on. Magnetos. Right and left are both. Fuel pumps. Is off. Tail wheel unlocked. Flaps. Flaps are up. Mixture. Auto rich. Before taxi checklist complete.
Alright, I think we're good to go here. I think I got everything figured out. Engines should be warming up nicely here. Let's hop down and take a look real quick. Oh, let's see. Coming up nice. Carb air temp looks good for now. Oil temp's what we're really worried about, but let's go ahead and bring those back just a little bit. We don't need them running that high. No reason to burn up all the fuel right now because we're going to be using plenty on our flight. And you know what I haven't done yet? A couple things. First of all, I don't know why my track, or not my track IR, my Easy.camera camera is set so weird. But there we go. That's that. And then track IR. Good, right? My wife makes fun of me for my hat. Okay, let's turn track IR on here. See, I'm just a complete soup sandwich. I didn't have nothing ready to go this morning, did I? I had to go get donuts. It was important. Okay, there's track IR. Turn it back off. Little jump coming up right here. It ain't going in the chat here other than Chicken Middle sneaking in with my donuts because I gotta have my donuts. Let's see if these guys are set up and ready to go here. Not, Easy's the only one who turned around. I need you guys to turn around. Can't go anywhere until you do. Yeah, we got Harry in here. Fantastic. Pat, go ahead and get turned around right where you're at. But hold on one sec, Harry. Hey, Pat, go ahead and get turned around where you're at. Don't go anywhere. Just get her turned around so you can taxi out. You're gonna taxi out with Cornholio. He's off your left wing right now, and Easy's off my left wing. He's gonna follow me out. Roger. I think Pat got it. Anyway, Cornholio, go ahead and get yourself turned around, brother. And let's see here. Up there he is. He's moving now. Fantastic. All right. Okay, before taxi checklist is done, we're good on all that. Let me get my brain working. Let's check our weather here. We never put the flight plan in, right? So there she is right there, all the way up to PAED. Check our conditions here. Departure 140 at 9. We better write that down. I'll forget. 140 at 9. It's kind of hard to talk right now because these guys are talking on TeamSpeak. 2940. Alright, there we go. Alright, so that's our weather. Let's see, what are we looking at right now? 140 is going to be pointing the opposite direction. So we're going to have to back taxi on the runway. That should be a good time. But it's a DC-3, so it's not a problem for us to go out onto the grass and stuff like that. It works out just fine. Let's set up our VOR here. First one, BKA, is going to be 113.8. Oops, wrong one. There we go, 113.8 on nav1. And then 312 is the heading we're going to be looking for. So let's spin this down here to 312. If I can find 312. There we go. Of course, it's not going to show anything right now because it's not picking up the VOR at the moment, right? We're sitting on the ground. The VOR is, what are we looking at? 252 miles away. So it's not going to pick it up right now. In fact, it might not pick it up when we get in the air. So let's do this a little bit different. Change 12 here. It's a military term, change 12. Let's go with the YZP VOR at 114.1. Alright, so 114.10. If I can get, there we go. So go to 114.10, but it's going to be the same heading. Alright, so it's 312 degrees. And it's picking that one up because it's literally right behind us here. So we're going to fly that one outbound at 312 degrees. And we're going to do that for, I don't know, a little while. And then after we get 50 or so, maybe 100 miles under our belt, then what we'll do is we'll change that VOR over to which one is it? BKA, and should be able to track it inbound without any problem. So that should make sense to everybody. Cool screenshot with all. You know what? That would be a cool screenshot, wouldn't it? I didn't even think about that. Good call. Good call. Let's go over here. Oh yeah, that's even better right there, isn't it? Look at that. Let's go. What do you think? Like this right here? Yeah, that's gonna look cool like that. Bam, there's a good screenshot. Screenshot time! It'll be really cool when we get down here on the runway, actually. Why am I hearing talking? Like, I'm hearing talking through my speakers. Did you guys hear that? That's kind of weird. Okay, guys, here's what we're going to do. Let me make sure I put this on TeamSpeak, too. Here's what we're going to do, guys. I'm going to taxi out once again. Easy is off my left wing, so Easy, you're going to follow me out. We're going to be back taxiing down the runway there. We'll flip around on the grass. Cornholio and Pat, you guys are going to follow behind us, whatever order you want. It's probably easiest if Cornholio goes first. And then when we get to the far end, you guys scoot out on the grass, because otherwise you'll be coming right at us on the runway. We're going to pull far enough forward that you guys can get lined up on the runway behind us. So kind of a tandem, side-by-side, stacked, however you want to do it. And then I'll talk us through how we're going to do the takeoff. And we'll all kind of take off together, and that way we can depart all together. Sound good to everybody? Let me know in the chat as we start to taxi out. Alright. Here we go. Track IR coming on. Bam! There we go. And let's start boogieing. Maybe. She's a little heavy right now. Come on. There we go. Now we're starting to get somewhere. I love the sound of the brakes on this thing when you press them really hard. That sort of metal grinding sound almost. I've gotten better at taxiing this thing sometimes. Sometimes I'm all over the place, though. I taxi all over the grass and can't make a turn in time. And it's kind of a nightmare. Alright, she'll get, once she gets going, she gets going. So yeah, runway 12 is going to be our departure runway. I thought about using the dirt runway there, but we'll stick with the pavement because it's wider, and that way everybody will be able to take off together, hopefully without too much trouble. The fun part, right, where we just taxi along and there's nothing to say. We're gonna have to have some good chat going on over here in the chat window again today, guys, because look at everybody coming out there. That's awesome. Let me see if I can turn that on. She's taxiing pretty straight here. Let's see if we can get a... No, we just got Easy behind me right now, so that won't work. Come on, Pat, you and Cornholio can get him moving there. I think Cornholio said his engines were humming or something. If your engines are humming, you probably got the RPMs up too high. Oh, we're gonna need an energy drink for this one, folks. That's the one thing about track IR, you look even a little bit, the whole view just moves, right? Alright. Easy, I'll take the right side of the runway if you want to take the left. Not too shabby. Where are you going? Oh man, I love this stuff. It's fantastic. Track IR coming off, a little jump here. Somebody just disconnected from the TeamSpeak. That'll happen. Why'd he go over there? Why'd you go over there, Easy? Why'd you go over there? You're supposed to take the other side of the runway. Maybe he's the one who hopped out of TeamSpeak. No, he's still in there. He says he came in the back way. Whoops, we don't want that on. Oh, I muted my microphone with that button too. There we go. Okay, hop back out here. Might as well. There's Easy coming around. We'll probably need to pull further forward on the runway. What do you think, Easy? Go ahead and pull up here. I think they got enough room behind us there. So, yeah, Pat, you and Cornholio, once you get up here close, just swing behind us on the grass there. And then just pull up on the back end of the runway there. And we're going to go through our before takeoff checklist.
All right, before takeoff checklist.
Whoop.
Before takeoff checklist. Picture. Auto rich. Prop control. High RPM. Trim. Set and checked.
There we go.
Flaps. Set and checked. Cowl flaps. Set trail. Landing lights. Both on. Pitot heat. On. Fuel pumps. Both on. Before takeoff complete.
What's our temperature? We had some moisture in the air. I think we're all right though. Okay, guys, we're gonna do a 0 flaps takeoff, just as an FYI. We don't need flaps on the takeoff, so. Let's jump out here. Come on, up, up. Oh, well, it helps if I hit the right button, doesn't it? Oh, there we go. All right, there's Pat coming out. There's Cornholio, I'm assuming. Looking good. Alright guys, so I know there's a little bit of delay in the stream, and since Cornholio's not on TeamSpeak, I'm going to go ahead and brief this takeoff on the stream here so that you guys got time to hear it before we actually get to it. So we'll brief this takeoff here. I'm doing it on both TeamSpeak and just for the purpose of the live stream so everybody knows what's up. Cornholio's going to have to add a little throttle there to get moving. So what we're going to do is we're going to hold the brakes and run the engine RPMs up to 30. So I'll let everybody, I'll let everybody know when we're going to do that. Pat's moving. Look at him. And then once we get to 30, we'll release brakes. Cornholio and Pat, you guys will be behind us. So as soon as you see us start moving, go ahead and release your brakes as well. And then once you release brakes, bring your manifold pressure up to 40 inches of mercury. Alright, and the RPMs will be full, and then we'll advance to takeoff, and then away we go. And then once we get going on the climb out and stuff, I'll try to, you guys just follow my lead. Because of the delay in the stream, it's going to be kind of hard to call out turns and stuff. So just follow and trail for a little while, and then once we get set and we're just cruising along, it'll be a lot easier to form it up, and we'll form a little V, and then we'll get some nice screenshots and stuff like that. So hopefully everybody's tracking on that, both here on TeamSpeak and on the stream as well. And let's let these guys get lined up, and I think we'll have a good picture opportunity here as well. So that's the brief there. Just boy, slamming those brakes on. Oh, good times. I'm going to inch up just a little bit here. Nah, I think I'm good. I'm just going to stay right where I'm at. But I do want to change the view here. Let's get a nice view here. It's kind of weird because the angle the aircraft sits at, the camera sits at an angle, so it looks like it's climbing right now, which is a little kind of funky to me, but whatever. Swing her around. Oh yeah, looking good there. That's a good screenshot. Bam! Look at that. If you guys aren't getting awesome screenshots, shame on you. Alright, so real quick down in the chat, let me know that you guys got the brief, and just roger up on it. I know the guys on TeamSpeak should have gotten it without any problem, but go ahead and just roger up. Where are you going there, Easy? Where are you going, Easy? You gotta hold them brakes on, brother. Alright, got some beautiful screenshots there. So at this point, Cornholio, I hope that you're hearing me just fine. I'm going to hop in here. I know there's going to be a bit of a delay, so by the time you hear this, Cornholio, I don't know how long the delay is, but I'm assuming by the time you hear this, that's when I'm going to be bringing my my RPMs up to 30 on the manifold. So I'm actually just waiting a few seconds here. It's track IR coming on there, and alright, let's go ahead and we're bringing the manifold pressure up to 30. Remember to hold the brakes on as you do this. Get her steady there at 30, and let's go ahead and release brakes, and away we go. Up to 40 now. Yeah, I gotta watch out I don't run into Easy over there, don't I? Alright, looking good. There's 80 knots, and we're already off the ground. Look at that. Go ahead and get the landing gear coming up. And let's hope everybody got off at the same time. Let's keep the climb rate at about 1,000 feet per minute. Maybe just a little over. And as we're already starting to climb out, let's go ahead and roll that manifold pressure back to 36. 36 on it. Whoop, that's too low. There we go. 36, and then on the RPMs, we're looking for, what is it? I gotta look over here. 2350? Yeah, 2350 as we climb out here. So bring these back to 2350. See what that puts us at. There we go, 2350, almost on the nose. That was pretty darn good.
After takeoff.
Continue to climb straight out for the moment. After takeoff checklist is going, we're going to leave those landing lights on. Basically, we're just going to be turning the fuel pumps off. If I can actually get them to click there.
Flaps retracted. Landing lights.
Skip that one.
Next item, please. Fuel pumps is off. After takeoff checklist complete.
Alright, let's see how we're looking back here. Hold on real quick. Gotta hop out and look at the boys, right? Track IR, pop that off. I hit my number lock off, didn't I? There we go. And everybody's airborne. You can see them all. They're a little ways behind me. So I guess everybody was a little delayed in getting up. Not a problem. Alright, so I see that you guys are a little ways behind me. I'm going to be starting a right turn here shortly, so just be prepared for that, and then we'll start tracking outbound on this first VOR. I'll try and keep the speed down until we're all formed up. Sound good? Alright, so let's see here. Let's make a left-hand turn. I hope I didn't say right-hand turn to them just now. If I did, then I'm going to look like a fool, aren't I? Alright, left-hand turn coming around here. I think I said right-hand turn. Oops. And if everybody's got their manifold pressure set to 36 and their RPMs at about 2350, you guys should all be doing the same speed as me, climbing at about 1,000 feet per minute. Trying to see them out. There's one of them there. You can just make out, see, there's a couple of guys right there. You can see the green lights there. Okay? But we'll get her figured out here. Swing her around. And keep that ready to climb going there. See the airport's down there. And if you're looking right here, you'll see there's the VOR we're trying to track. Let's go ahead and roll out. Whoop, rolled out a little quick, but there we go. Now when you roll out, of course, she always tries to climb on you a little bit. And we're right on top. I mean, this VOR is like right in front of us, right? So just take it nice and easy. Boy, she wants to climb now, doesn't she? There we go. Now she's starting to settle down. So we don't want to get too crazy. We're going to give it a minute. I've got the GPS over here as well, just in case. But the VOR is just off to our left side a little bit right now. And so what's going to happen is here shortly, this will flip to an away flag or from flag. So right now it has a to flag. It'll flip to a from flag. And then we'll be able to start tracking it outbound. And it's going to swing on us too. There's no doubt about that. But we're almost right over it, so it's not doing anything right now. So I'm just using the line on my GPS to help me out. And of course, they wouldn't have had that back in Vietnam. They didn't have GPS, but we're going to take advantage. Excuse me, got the hiccups there. We're going to take advantage of the fact that we do, because why not, right? Alright, so we're looking good. Let's see, vertical speed will be at 1,000 feet a minute. Let's go ahead and let's nail that autopilot. Let's get our heading going. Let's get our V-speeds going. Yep, okay, we're looking good. She's swinging over. Look at that. We're gonna track right onto that thing. Man, that was some skills right there, huh, guys? Look at that. No, we passed it a little bit. Whatever, we were close, right? We also probably got some winds going. Well, we do have winds going on, of course. So, let's get the track IR coming off here real quick. Woo! This is a long flight we got today, guys. A long flight. So just be ready for that, right? Let's bring it over to the right just a little bit more, and let's hop outside here and see where everybody's at. Saw a little that little black square with somebody's lights in the clouds there. So, so if you guys are all tracking outbound on that YZP VOR, you should be pretty close to where I'm at. I'm going to go ahead and slow down a little bit here. I'm going to maintain my rate of climb, but I'm going to reduce my manifold pressure a little bit. And this will slow me down. I'm going pretty slow as it is, so I got to be careful. But at least this way it'll give them a little bit of chance to catch up, right? What's she doing here? She should be climbing. I think we turned. Oh, there we go. We didn't turn the altitude hold on. That's why. We had the heading hold on, not the altitude hold. So, all right, there we go. That's going to slow us down a little bit. So, hopefully these guys will be able to catch up. I'm loving these outside views. It sounds beautiful. It's a beautiful aircraft. I really would love to see everybody formed up in the air. That would be really awesome. So, getting up above some of the clouds here. Look at that layer of clouds, man. That looks awesome, doesn't it? That's looking good. Good stuff. Alright. Yep, not seeing anybody at the moment, but I'm going to keep this external view for a little bit because autopilot's going to do its thing for us. Just for a minute, though, because I got to hop in and keep an eye on that speed. We don't want to stall the airplane that much. So let's take a look over here. What do we got going on? Y'all lined up. That would, yeah, I think we got a couple good ones with us lined up. Cornholio said his props aren't turning. Well, he's airborne, right? That's yeah, we're already right where we need to be on that VOR. So I'm thinking that's going to work for us right there. What else we got going on over here? Everybody's ready to go. What's the wingspan on a DC-3? That's a good question. You know, I don't actually know what the wingspan is. It's not huge. But it's not tiny either, so anybody know the wingspan on a DC-3? Roger up in there, guys. Let us know. Oh, let's see. What's our speed at here? Yeah, our speed's at 100, so we're climbing really slow. So if you guys are at 120, which is about where you should be catching up to me here. And keep an eye on your manifold pressure, boys. Keep an eye on your manifold pressure because it's going to be dropping as you climb. Don't forget that. Like mine's dropping even further. Let's get it back up there a little bit. Come on. There we go. Trying to maintain. I'm at about 90 knots. I don't want her to be too slow. I don't want it to be too slow. I'll stall. That'd be bad. We never set our altimeter, did we? Way to go, Captain Mac. Can't get it all right every time. I mean, you can, but I'm trying to do more than just fly a plane, right? Trying to run a live stream is kind of a pain. Not really. It's a lot of fun, actually. I have a lot of. These are a lot of fun. These are actually a little more fun to me than doing videos. I lost you guys. Can you guys see me in the sim? I can't see you guys. Sorry, the sound went quiet. I'm looking for these guys out here. Okay, they're all airborne. I'm using the map for FS Cloud here, so you can see there we are. Me, Easy, Noam, Pat, all in there. So we're all cruising along. Let me see if it'll center. No, it won't even center on my aircraft. So I don't know. We'll see. They're out there. Oh, that nose is starting to come up. Yep. See the nose starting to come up? You see, I saw that. She's about to stall. I got the autopilot on, so it's not letting. Let me just. I can turn autopilot off, or I can just reduce rate of climb on autopilot. Either or. But you see how? See the speed's way down. Now this thing will fly slow, obviously, because it didn't stall, right? Hold on. Thank goodness. All right. So here's the deal. A couple of you might even be wondering, how do you recognize it was about to stall from the outside of the aircraft? Or maybe you're not wondering, you just don't care. Or maybe you're wondering now because I said something about it. So here's the deal. Here's the way a stall works, you guys. It has nothing to do with the engine. It's not like a car stalling. Okay, a stall is when the wing loses the ability to create lift, right? So you have what's called the chord line on the wing. And I'm not going to go into great detail on it, but basically what happens is you've got the angle of attack based on that chord line that the wing is hitting the air, right? And so the slower you're flying, if this is my wing right here, let me try and get a view you can see. So this is my wing right here, okay? As I'm flying along, the wing's at this angle of attack because it's producing lift, right? as I slow down, the angle of attack on that wing has to increase in order to still produce lift, right? So when I saw that the nose was starting to come way up on the aircraft from the outside, I knew that the wing was not producing enough lift. That angle of attack was getting too great, and therefore the aircraft was in danger of stalling, right? That's how I knew it was going to stall from the outside of the aircraft, and I hopped in, and sure enough, our speed was really low, and we were getting near a stall. So that's something to keep in mind. I'm trying to center, let's get this thing to track activated follow me mode. The map will center on your plane. Okay, there we go. So it'll center on my plane every few seconds now. So if you see your nose is starting to come up and your speed's dropping off and stuff, guess what? You're getting close to a stall. And you can stall at any speed. That's an interesting thing a lot of people don't realize is an aircraft can stall at any speed. Alright, let's get our rate of climb back up here. So you can be cruising along at friggin' 300 knots, but if your angle of attack gets too great and that wing loses the ability to provide lift, the aircraft will stall. Doesn't matter how fast you're going. That's why icing is so dangerous, because when icing builds up on the surface of the wing, what happens is it changes the aerodynamics of the air that goes over and under the wing. Okay, and the basic physics of how a wing produces lift is it's got that curve on the top and it's flatter on the bottom, right? So the air moving over the top moves faster, the pressure in that air is lower, the pressure underneath the wing is higher, and that pushes it up. That's how it produces lift, right? So when I get icing on top or on the front edge of it, it starts to break up that air. You lose that smooth transition, and what happens is it changes the pressures, and you can lose the ability, the wing can lose the ability to provide lift at greater speeds. That's why icing is so dangerous. So there you go. There's your lesson in flight dynamics. We'll call it flight dynamics. So Easy's getting up pretty close. Cornholio and Pat, they're dragging behind a little bit, but they'll catch up here sooner or later. What altitude am I hitting, Easy? We're going up to 14,000. 14,000. It should be on the screen there, isn't it? Yeah, cruise is going to be 14,000. Whew. Stuffy nose, coughing, hacking. I'm a soup sandwich. Somebody watched the last live stream. They're like, hey, you need to fill in those tattoos. Yeah, we're getting there. Don't you worry about it. I like my tattoos. Ah, she's going to stall again. Now you hear the engines too, right? You hear that? Okay, let's reduce the rate of climb. She's heavy. That's part of the deal here. We got a lot of fuel. It's heavy. It just doesn't want to fly. Well, it does, but she's struggling. Take a look at our outside air temp here in a second as well. So there's full throttle right there, right? So we're going to bring it all the way down to 100 feet a minute. I could just turn, the right way to do it is turn off the autopilot, right? Turn off the autopilot, bring the nose down, control the aircraft. I'm not going to do that right now because I don't want to. I might have to though. It's still trying to... See, so what happened here, why is the aircraft not increasing speed, you might be wondering. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the rate of climb completely. So we're in level flight right now. We've got full throttle on. But the aircraft isn't really increasing in speed. Why? It's in a slow flight mode. What that means is it's reached a point where the angle of attack and the thrust, they've equalized a little bit, right? And so what's happening is the angle of attack's not changing, and therefore the speed's not changing, but I'm managing to maintain my lift just barely, right? And my cylinder head temperature is going to get too high. So we're going to keep her level for a little bit here. In fact, my cylinder head temperature is getting high. Look at that. Woo-wee! That's not good. So I'm too busy talking, but not busy enough flying. And that cylinder head temperature will start to come down as I increase speed because it will get more flow over the wings. It would also help if my cowl flaps were all the way open. That should help bring the cylinder head temperature down as well, because it's pretty high right now, which is a little nerve-wracking to be honest with you. Because if those engines cut out, we're toast. We are toast. Come on, baby. Let's get some speed going. See, she's still trying to climb. Come on. Oh, Captain Mac didn't do very good on this one, did he? Come on now. Cylinder head temperature's coming down as the speed's coming up a little and the cowl flaps are coming on. We need to get that speed back up. Easy's just about on top of me. Noam's catching up now. Pat should be catching up soon. Of course, I'm flying ridiculously slow, so that makes sense. Alright, so we're just flying level right now. So we just leveled off, okay? And we're at, what are we at? 12,700 feet. 12,700 feet. So I think what we need to do, guys, let's take it back down to 12,000 feet. We had to do this last time, too. We're going to take it back down to 12,000 feet. And we're going to cruise at 12 for a while. Because it just doesn't want to fly at 14 right now. It's just too high. So take it back down to 12,000. Cruise there for a little bit. And once we burn off some of that fuel, we should be raring to go. So let's get her back down there. Manifold pressure is good. And I know there's a little delay, but you guys will hear that shortly. And we should be good to go. So, oh, there it goes. Okay, so you might be wondering, why did that happen? Watch, carb heat. Carb heat. Give it a second. See, it won't do anything right now, right? Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. There she goes. Carb heat. See, I didn't want to turn the carb heat on because the temperatures were already getting so high because I'm a soup sandwich today. That's what happens when you get carburetor icing in this aircraft. Your manifold pressure and your engine RPMs, they just drop. Period. They just drop off, and then that's that. So you got to get the carb heat on, give it a few seconds, play with the throttles a little, and then it comes back in. So I'm actually kind of glad that happened because now you guys see what to do with that. Now, realistically though, if carb ice was modeled realistically, which I'm sure is really hard to do, so I'm not dogging the guys for their modeling of carburetor icing, but what it should do is you should start to notice that the RPMs are dropping rather quickly, not like immediate, but rather quickly, along with the manifold pressure, and that's an indicator that you've got an issue with carburetor icing. So, all right, so we're getting ready to set up cruise here. We want to be 30 inches on the manifold pressure. This is for economy cruise. We're going to be actually we're going to go 34 on a manifold, and then we're going to go. What are we on RPMs right now? We're at 2390. We're going to bring it back to 2300. A little more. I'm looking over here because this thing actually gives me a digital readout of my RPMs and stuff, whereas this one, you know, it's obviously not a digital readout. So there you go. And that's going to bring our speed up nicely. We're going to settle in at 12,000 feet for a little while, and we're going to continue to track outbound on this VOR. I don't know, for a little while here. We'll see what happens. Let's hop outside now. I think we got things under control with the aircraft. Let's put our cowl flaps. Looks like they're already in. No, let's put them in trail. Center click them. That puts them in trail, and then that, I guess that means Ernie automatically adjusts them. And we should be good now. We shouldn't need those full open because our engines are cylinder head temperature is cooled down nicely, so we're looking good on that. We're settling at 12,000 feet. Our speed's increasing ever so slightly here. We'll give it a few minutes. It should come up a little bit higher, though. It should definitely come up a little bit higher. We are a little heavy, too, so that plays a part. Now let's hop outside. Let's see if these guys have caught up here. On the map, they're pretty close. But I don't see them out here yet. We could turn our landing lights off, right? Let's turn the landing lights off. And we are above 10,000 feet after all. Landing lights off. And there we go. So Easy and Noam are formed up together a little ways behind us. Can't see them, but they're back there. And if you guys can, see if you can get your speed up just a little bit. Like I said, I'm set at 2300 RPMs and 34 on the manifold. So maybe set your manifold at 36 and your RPMs around 2350, 2400. And that's, so I'm getting right now, I'm getting about 130-ish and my ground speed's 174. So if you guys can get just a little higher net, you should catch up to me. Pat seems to have disappeared on the map. Where you at, Pat? You still cruising along, buddy? Easy says he's hitting just under 100. I'm at creeping up on 130 here. I'm about 126, something like that. My ground speed's 174 right now. So I was just saying on the live stream, you might hear it here in a second, I'm running 34.4 on the manifold and 2300 on the RPM. So if you run 36 on the manifold and a little higher on the RPMs, you should catch up to me. If you and Cornholio both do that, you're not that far behind me. And you should catch up and we'll be raring to go, and then hopefully Pat will find us eventually. Where you at, Pat? Easy still on the second cup of coffee. I'm on number 2 on the, what do you call it here? Energy drink. Let's hop outside again. I like this outside view. And, whoop, not that outside view. Alright, so things are going good. Our altitude's holding. Everything's pretty much as we want it. We'll keep an eye on things, but this will give us an opportunity. We can sit here and wait and see if they're able to catch up. Like I said, they're not that far behind on the map. So, in fact, I'll show you the map here real quick. There we go. So, this is me. There's Easy and Cornholio. And then Pat, I don't know what he's doing. What happened to you back there, Pat? You're way behind us. So you can see, either way, the point is you can see there, at least these two guys are catching up. And let's just, there we go. Oh, I didn't want to deactivate it. I want to activate it. There we go. So you just right click it and it activates follow me mode. And then every few seconds it'll update. See, there you go, to where I'm at. So keep it zoomed out just a little bit, and I got that over here so I can, keep an eye on where they're at, and hopefully they'll catch up to us here pretty soon. It's a little bumpy out there. The aircraft's shaking around a good little bit, so I don't know what happened with Pat. He's not rogering up on the TeamSpeak either. So let's get some chat going over here, guys. There's not a lot of chat going on. We need to have some conversation. We got a long flight ahead of us. We got 7 people in here. We were at 11 at one point, but you know, it's a long flight in a DC-3. Some people just don't really want to watch that, I guess. So, I don't know. To me, it's a lot of fun. This is a good time. This is a fun airplane to fly. So, and we're going to fly up to Alaska. This is something cool, isn't it, guys? Could you imagine doing this in the real world? Back in the day, Vietnam era even, doing this. I was watching a documentary. It was on YouTube on the Constellation. Right, because I got that Constellation. I did the tutorial recently. By the way, just a little note, we will, this is, you heard it first here on Captain Mac Live, but we will be doing Around the World in the Constellation again. So, looking forward to that, very excited about it. And, yeah, it's going to be a good time. So, but I was watching a tutorial on it. It was just really neat to watch some of the stuff that they were talking about. You know, I didn't realize just how popular that Constellation was. It actually had a lot longer service life than expected, especially in the military. On the civilian side, it sort of petered out rather. I don't know if rapidly is the word, but you know, it wasn't that long after you know, heavy use of the Constellation started that jet engines started becoming a thing. And in fact, here's a little trivia question for you. What military function was first performed, I'm trying to think of the right way to word this, what military function was first performed on a Lockheed Constellation that is a common military function today? Something they had never done before, and they tried it out on the Lockheed Constellation, and in fact they tried it in Vietnam. That's where they started doing it. And it's a common function today. It's common. It's something that is done on a regular basis. There's a specific aircraft built for it today, but the test bed for it was the Lockheed Constellation. That's your first trivia question of the day. What military function was first tested on the Lockheed Constellation that's common today? And it relates to aircraft and flying, if that helps any. So, excuse me. Man, you're always going to get those coughs, aren't you? If you press the nav lock, you can track the GPS. What are you talking about, the nav lock? On where? Nav lock, you talking in the flight deck? Where's he talking? I don't want to really track the GPS. I like tracking the VORs. It's a little bit more realistic, I suppose is the right word. I'm looking for a nav lock button that he's referring to here. Yeah, you're gonna tell me what you're talking about. On the autopilot. Oh, really? So you don't... Do you have to flip it to GPS? Here's what he's talking about, guys. So do I have to flip this to GPS and then press nav lock? Is that what I have to do? Because I know Easy was trying to get it to fly the GPS and it wasn't working right. So, interesting note there. Easy might learn something too. I'm learning something right now. Okay, so you flip this to GPS, click nav lock, and then it will follow the GPS route. Cool. I'm not going to do that. Not right now anyway. I might do it in a little while. I'm not going to do it right now because I actually like tracking VORs. There's something, I don't know, something to do with the realism about it, I guess. So I just kind of enjoy tracking the VORs. It just adds a little to it for me. So that's why Noam's off my left wing. By the way, Cornholio, you are almost even with my left wing, but you're pretty far out there, and you're probably about to pass me. Just so you know. Heads up. FYI. See, you can't see him out there. That's one of those things that's always driven me nuts in FSX. He's not actually that far off. Maybe a couple miles off our left wing there. And we should be able to see him, but you just can't see that far out. Now, there's a setting you can change that lets you see further out, but I'm pretty sure, and Easy can say something in the chat, but, you know, Easy's helped me tweak my config file to make this thing what it is, to make my FSX run the way it does. So just as a reminder there, Easy's the man when it comes to tweaking the config files, guys. But, what was I going to say? Oh, I'm pretty sure we've got a tweak in there that lets you see the aircraft further away. So the fact that I can't see Noam, you know, it's a little frustrating. He's not that far off. He's really not. Maybe a couple miles. And if you can't see a DC-3 at 2 miles, well, that doesn't even make sense to me. Oh, let's see here. What are we looking at here? We're cruising along. Yeah, we're not going very fast, that's for sure. So, Cornholio, right now I'm at, let's see if it tells me. No cockpit tooltip. But I'm looking at about 125 on my indicated, 173 on my ground speed. So, I don't know what yours is showing, but you're passing me at this point. Just as an FYI. So, you're not supposed to pass the flight lead, Cornholio. Shame on you. Get behind me. This is my flight. I'm in the lead. I'm first. Me. No, you know what, man? It doesn't really matter. If you get there first, you get there first. But it'd be great, actually, if you could switch to heading mode and just turn 2 or 3 degrees to the right, just very little, and start sliding over here next to us. Might be able to form it up and get some nice pictures or something. That'd be pretty cool. So, up to you. Up to you. Easy's still trailing back there a little bit. Easy, I don't know what your ground speed is, my friend. Again, mine's at 173. I've got the manifold at 34.4 and the RPM's at 2,300. So, if you, I could have said that on TeamSpeak, you'd have got it already, but I'm not going to repeat it. So if you bring yours up a little bit, you should catch up to me here pretty soon. Anything in the chat? It depends on the livery. Some will do it and some won't. Cornholio says he can see me. That's interesting. How come he can see me, but I can't see him? Let's hop outside again. Yeah, I still can't see him. Easy says he's at 141 indicated and 174 ground speed, which means his weather program's not giving him the same weather as me. That'll happen. I don't think he's running Active Sky 2016. and that's okay. But we'll get it figured out one way or another. That's weird that Cornholio can see me, but I can't see him. Isn't that weird? So Easy, do me a favor, and I could say this again on TeamSpeak. I'll say it on TeamSpeak. Easy, can you do me a favor and refresh our memory down there in the, if you remember off the top of your head, refresh our memory in the chat there on how we set it up so we can actually see aircraft further away. He's got to refresh his memory first. While I'm thinking about it, Cornholio, do you have your labels turned on? Where it shows a little label for my aircraft? That might be why he can see me and I can't see him, because I have labels turned off. Yeah, he's flying a DC-3 Corvette for sure. That's probably what it is. He's probably got his throttles maxed out. He's gonna blow up his engines long before we get to where we're going. We'll get it figured out here sooner or later. So we've been tracking outbound on this guy for a little while. We got 181 nautical miles to go before we get to BKA. So that's definitely a long flight ahead. Cornholio is somewhat in front of us now. I don't know if he changed his heading or not so that he could scoot over here a little bit. Looks like he did. So if he did, then here in a little while he should end up almost running into us. Anyway, we got 9 folks on here now. Who has not said hi yet? There's 9 of you on here, and it's only the same people talking over and over. Hop onto the chat there, say hello, let me know who you are, let me know if it's your first time in the stream. Don't ask me to crash the airplane or do aerobatics, because I'm just simply not going to do it. So, we are flying a DC-3 from CYZP to PAED. It's leg 2 in our series Flying the Hump, which is a recreation of a flight in a DC-3 from the United States to Vietnam, which was conducted by pilots back during the Vietnam War. DC-3 pilots flew these over there. In fact, one of our subscribers, Shaker MT, good friend of mine, his father flew this flight, I think, a couple times. So we're doing it to honor him. Cornholio, you need to slow down. You're starting to pull further ahead, which means you're never going to see us, so slow down a little bit. Our ground speed's, mine's 172. Easy's is 174, and he's creeping up behind me there, so Easy should be catching up to me here pretty soon. And if you slow down to about 170 there, Cornholio, on your ground speed, you should find yourself sinking back just a little bit and be able to form right up. Pat's catching up back there too, it looks like. I haven't heard anything about Pat. Oh, there he is, right there in the chat, slowly catching up to you guys. Yep, he's coming right along, so fantastic. Now, there's only one problem here, guys. There's not enough chat going on over here. If we're gonna kill, this is like 5 hours. If we're gonna kill like 5 hours, we're gonna need some talky talk going on down here, so let's get it going, because I cannot do all the talking. That's freaking awesome. That's amazing. Did you do the proper procedure first, or did you just say forget it and just shut it down and restart? That's awesome. So for those of you not on TeamSpeak, Pat was working hard to catch up and his engine's caught on fire. So he had to restart. So he's cruising along and all of a sudden he hears and then all the bells started going off and his engines were on fire and he had to restart. He didn't do the procedure. He said he didn't do the procedure. He just he just restarted it. Cornholio, you're getting way out in front of me now. You need to slow down a little more, buddy. Good. It's like a Ferrari DC-3 you got going on there, man. Yeah, really, yeah. Draft off of Cornholio, Pat. You'll catch up to him in no time. I like the shorter version there, Chick Metal. We're gonna call him Corn. That's your name now, Corn. Hope you don't mind, but we're going with Corn. We got Corn, we got Easy, we got Pat, we got Captain Mac. Now we need one for Chick Metal. We can just call her the chick, the girl. She's like the only girl who ever comes in here. Good times. Slow down, Corn. You're going too fast. Can you see me yet, Easy? He's like right behind us. Let's see if we can see him. Nope, not yet. Oh, goodness. We should... See, that's honestly, that's like a huge frustration for me. Well, maybe not a frustration. It's an annoyance, though. If you look on here, Easy's not far behind me. He's not far at all. I mean, look at that. And he's got me in sight, he says. But I can't see him. Why can't I see him? That's so weird. Maybe I'm just blind? I don't know. I don't see him. He should be just off my... behind me and off my left wing, right? Let's go over this way. We see an Easy anywhere. We do not. Let's switch to his aircraft. Air traffic, Easy. There's Easy. The sound goes away when you do that. It's really weird. Okay, so there's us. That's our aircraft right there. And we're looking from Easy's view. So he can see us. I can see us when we're looking from his view. But I can't see him. What is that all about? Doesn't make any sense, does it? It's really a shame that that for some reason the proper livery's not showing up. That kind of stinks, because the livery we have him in also makes the model for us when we look at Easy's aircraft. It makes the model the default DC-3 as well, which is kind of a shame. That is so weird that we can't see him. Oh wait, there he is, right there. See him? That little tiny dot? That's him. Watch. Let's zoom up to him. Let's see how close we can zoom up to him. Boy, he can see us a lot better than we can see him, can't he? Maybe I need to change that setting. Yeah, look, he's not even growing. He said he thinks maybe it's the what do you call it? The LOD something or other. I don't know. But anyway. Well, we're going to stick with this view for a little bit, and hopefully, because he is catching up to us, so hopefully we'll be able to see him clearly here pretty soon, and be able to get some screenshots. Now, Corn is sneaking up over here. Let's take a look at his aircraft real quick. See, now, look at that. Look at how clearly you can see my aircraft, even though it looks like his is flying funky. That's us right there. Right? You can see us clear as day from his aircraft, and I'm assuming he can as well. But for some reason, like, we should be able to see him, right? I mean, we should be able to see him no problem. There he is, right there. Bam. Okay. But it doesn't look. Doesn't our aircraft look a lot closer from when we go from looking from him to us, or from Easy to us? It looks a lot closer, right? So that's really weird to me. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But we can see him now, so... Well, we could. I don't know where he's at now. There he is. Okay, well, you guys keep on tightening it up over here. Pat's coming up back there a little ways, so we'll just keep working it in, and then sooner or later we should all be formed up. We can get some awesome pictures, I think. You want me to restart FS Cloud, Easy? Why? You think that'll make it so I can see you guys better? Maybe. Maybe so. I mean, I can see Corn pretty good now. Don't forget to change your heading once you get up close, Corn, so you don't run into me. But I still can't make out Easy very well. If I restart FS Cloud, then I have to redo your guys' liveries too, I think. Which would be kind of annoying. I don't know, maybe it'll, maybe if I, you know what, I'm going to restart it. I'm going to try a restart here. Let's give it a shot. Yep, confirm. Okay, that's shut down. Let me restart it now. And it might put them in a different... oh, stop it. It might put them in a different livery, but let's make sure it puts them in the same aircraft at least, right? Just waiting for it to pop up. Turn the Unicom off. No interest in exploring the wide wonders of Unicom. And then I got to zoom in the map. This thing's a little slow. Oops. Sorry. I'll get it figured out, guys. There we go. That's the follow me I want. Bam. Alright, let's see what aircraft they're in real quick. Settings. I don't see them any better, though. Do you? I mean, I can see Corn over there. You can probably pick up your speed just a little bit now, Corn. What's your FSX zoom level in Easy Dock? Oh, I don't know what my zoom level is. Let's see here. Where are these guys at? Let's look for Easy first. Easy, it shows him in a Douglas DC-3 version 3. But it's not going to be this paint. But you know what? I'm going to leave it there because it's a much nicer model. Let's see what it shows Corn in. Let's see if it put him in a trike again. Probably did. Nope, it shows him in a C-47 also. So fantastic. So I'm going to leave those as is. Oh, let me check on Pat real quick. I didn't check Pat's. It should show Pat in there as well. Whoops. I'm over here messing around. You guys are probably sitting there like, what about us? Hello, live stream? I haven't forgotten about you guys, but you guys aren't even talking down here. Pat's also in a C-47. So everybody's in the proper aircraft. It just might not be the proper paint scheme. There's Easy coming up now. I can see him much clearer. Let's check that zoom level. I haven't, maybe that's what, maybe he's right. Maybe it's just the zoom level, yeah, because when I zoom in, because I can see Pat back there now too. There's Pat. Let's let's get rid of the bouncy bounce, huh? Turn that off. There we go. Okay, so there's Easy. There's Pat. You can see that you probably just saw the choppiness of FS Cloud there, and there is Corn right there. All right, so maybe it was just my zoom level. I don't know, but check it out, guys. We're forming up. We're forming up. I'm at 172 on the ground speed, guys. Just so you know, my heading currently is 315 degrees. My altitude, boy, my voice got a little high there, didn't it? My altitude is an even 12,000 feet with the altimeter set at what was it, 2940 or something? Let's see here. No, it's set at like 3110. No, 3111 is about what I'm at on the altimeter, though. So, but you don't have to be at like a very precise same altitude. Just yeah, see, it zoomed out on its own automatically. But anyway, just close on the altitude. Alright, so I got those two back there. Ooh, I think it's a little... See, it's automatically... I need to create a new external view or something is what I need to do right here with Easy Dock. Yeah. So, let's add a camera. Just call it external. Okay. Oh, I didn't want that. Oh, it's got mouse look on. Dirt. There we go. And now, don't mind the beeping. It's annoying, but I just want to pull this back and make the zoom closer. There we go. And that should be the camera now. Should be. Doesn't mean it is. There's one of them. There's that's Pat over there, I believe. That's Easy right there. And no, one of those is Corn. So that's Corn. That's Easy, and then there we go. That's Easy. No, that's Corn. I can't figure out who's who. Who's having fun, folks? I'm having a good time. I'm gonna have a good time no matter what. This is fun. If y'all weren't on TeamSpeak, can you voice chat via Unicom? Well, we're on TeamSpeak. I mean, I don't even know how the Unicom works on there. Do you have to push a button or what? Cardinal. He says me. Have you guys ever used the Unicom chat on FS Cloud? I've never tried it. Oh, it didn't save that zoom level, did it? I know why. We have to use the mouse wheel to do it. There we go. I'll bet it saved it now. 1, 2. Where's he at? There he is. 3. Corn, you're going too fast again. You're going to pass us. See that choppiness? That's kind of weird, isn't it? Something to do with the way the server works or something, I guess. We can see him out there now, though. So that's good. VPA 561, good afternoon to you as well. Thank you for joining us here. We are flying a DC-3 from CYZP up to PAED. So, good times. And we are what? How long have we been doing this now? What time is it? It is 10:21. So we've been at it for almost an hour and a half. We got a long ways to go because our ground speed is low, and our ground speed is low because we got a freaking headwind, and it's killing us. But I'm going to switch VORs now. And so we want to go to BAK, which is 113.8. Come on. 7, 8. Same heading though. Look at how it does that. It's really weird that it does that, isn't it? We want to fly the same heading inbound, but for some reason it doesn't like it. So I'm going to make a slight left turn here, guys, about 10 degrees. I'm at 315. I'm turning to 305. Probably could have waited a couple seconds, but let's see where everybody's at here. They'll be following suit. There's one of them. Who's that right there? Let me zoom in on my map here a little bit. Okay, so Noam is, or Corn is out in front of us a little bit, off to the right, and then this is Easy right here. Actually, that might be Pat. That might be Easy, and there's Corn. So there you go. So Easy's coming up right behind us. That's Easy right there. Let me change to the other side here. That might help to get a feel for where we're at. Look at that beautiful airplane. And it looks like everybody's in the proper livery now, which is interesting. So that's Easy scooting up. He's going to come up on our left wing. That's Pat over there, and then Corn right there. All right, looking good. If we can get Corn to slow down. There's always one. Always one. Well, we got 11 people watching anyway. Something to be said for that, right? Maybe. Boy, that camera's a little crazy, isn't it? Okay, so there's Easy scooting up. That's Pat over there. So, yeah, just waiting for them to kind of form up. Zoom out here a little ways, so that when they get in there, so Pat's asking me the best way to control your speed, whether it's prop pitch. What you're actually trying to ask is that the RPMs are controlled by the prop pitch. So the best way to control your speed is actually with the manifold pressure, and that's using the throttles. So my throttles right now, I've set my manifold pressure at 34.4. So if you have this little guy up here, you can see you can use the digital readout to give you a much better picture of what your actual manifold pressure is at, and then my RPMs are at basically 2300. So hope that helps. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, once you get up here and tighten it up a little bit, what'll happen? Here's the thing: flying formation. If you've never flown formation, you're gonna probably, first of all, you're gonna be constantly messing with your power. To fly formation, the only guy who gets to set his power and just keep it is the guy leading the formation. So you pretty much get up and just constantly change real small changes to your power to try and maintain a set distance. So rather than looking at your speed, what you do is when you get up close, you want to look at a point on my aircraft and try and keep that point in the same spot in your window. Of course, we're not going to fly formation tight like that the whole way. I just like to get everybody tightened in here and get a couple of really cool screenshots, and then we can spread it back out just a little bit, and you'll be able to just set the speed and the heading and be good to go. No, I did not pause, but you guys, yeah, that's just a FS Cloud thing, but you guys are moving in nice and smooth here. I'm actually getting some really cool screenshots as you're forming up, so nice stuff. Look at that, guys. Oh man, that's pretty awesome, isn't it? Let me let's do this. Let's get a nice view from down here. Oh, that looks cool, doesn't it? Look at that. These are good. These are going on Facebook, guys. These are gonna be some cool screenshots right here. Look at that. 4 DC-3s all cruising nice, and that's good stuff, man. And these guys are forming it up nice. Look at them. They're coming in here nice and smooth. Good stuff. All right, let's go here now. Let's go to one of their aircraft here. Let's go over to Easy here. There's Easy's aircraft, and there's another one there. Let's get a photo of that. And then I can't, when I go to this view, it doesn't let me change the angle up and down. So, kind of weird how it does that, but that's alright. Oh, there's a good one there. Let's see if we can get a couple other guys in here. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful right there. Yeah, you see how Easy sort of sped up and then slowed down there? That's just FS Cloud. It's just weird like that, so. Whoops. Yeah, I hate when I do that. Come on. Oh, wow. It doesn't want to load back in now, does it? Look at that. There we go. Wow. That really took some time. That was weird. Where are they at? There they are. That was weird. That did not want to reload, did it? Alright, boys. Tighten it up a little bit. See if you can get it in close without running into me. And we'll get some pictures of some close formation, and then we'll relax and spread it out a little bit, huh? But this looks pretty cool like this, doesn't it, guys? This is awesome. Good stuff. Okay, what's going on in the chat over here? VPA, make sure Pat does his go around. VPA is somebody who knows Pat. Hey, Boy Wonders here. How you doing, buddy? Great to have you aboard. Thanks for joining us. If you're taking a look there, you should see, even though there's a little bit of choppiness going on, the screenshots will be just absolutely awesome. And we're forming it up, trying to tighten it up here a little bit. And Easy's talking on TeamSpeak about Pat getting called out. He's got to change his signature, he says. That's fantastic is what that is. Oh, man. Alright, guys. Tighten it up a little bit. Bring it in here nice and close as you can. You might have to hand fly a little. If you're no good at hand flying, well, just go easy on the autopilot and do a click here and a click there until you get her in nice and tight. And let's see if we can get all 4 aircraft real close together in a nice tight screenshot, okay? And then I'm going to post these on Facebook after this live stream. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a good time. So while they're working on forming up, let's see where we're at. We're still working our way over to our VOR here. We probably, just a heads up, guys, I'm going to be making a turn. I'm going to wait about 30 seconds, and then I'm going to make a gentle turn to the left here, about another 5 degrees. So you'll see that coming up here shortly, so just be prepared for that. I was just letting the guys know on TeamSpeak that I was going to make that turn at the same time as hopefully you guys, because there's a delay in the stream, and I don't know how long the delay is, but I just want to make sure everybody had a little time. So I'm going to go ahead and start making that turn now, 5 degrees to the left. There we go. And then they'll see that, of course, and they can follow suit, but just by giving them a heads up, it doesn't come as a surprise, especially, you know, if your distance is off, you know, a little bit. They might not notice the turn right away, right? Oh yeah, look at them tightening it up nicely. Coming in nice. Look at that. Man, I'm going to be loving these screenshots. This is going to make for some cool Facebook posts, huh? Trying to get some nice angles on these screenshots here. Good stuff. And then I think that's Pat over there trailing behind a little bit, but that's all right. I'm loving this external view right now with these guys tightening it up into formation here. This is this is really cool, you guys. A lot of fun right here. Look at that. We got all 4 of them in there now. Yeah, buddy. Let's tighten it up, fellas. Corn can only see the lights. That's interesting. That's all right though, Corn, because the screenshots are going to come up really nice on Facebook. Man, I'm getting some great ones here. So, you know, this is part of the idea here, you guys. It's just for us to really, you know, it's an opportunity for us to fly together. That's really what it boils down to, right? So we got a 5-hour flight here. We get some good chat going over here on the live stream, which is awesome. This will be made into a video that'll go up on YouTube, which I think is great. But what I really like here is that we're able to bring in other pilots. They can hop on FS Cloud with us. They can fly with us. They can, you know, the whole shebang. We're all gonna, you know, we're doing this together. It's a lot of fun. I think this is neat. And when these guys tighten it up just a little bit more, I mean, look at that. I mean, here we are in a flight simulator in a World War II aircraft, right? And there's 4 of us here flying in the same aircraft in the same airspace, and we can all see each other. That's awesome, man. That's good stuff. Of course, I still need them to tighten it up a little bit. It looks like we're losing some of that headwind, so my speed has come up just a little. I'm up to 175 on the ground speed, but I haven't changed my manifold pressure or my RPM. So I'm leaving my settings where they're at, and the speed's picking up just a little bit because we're starting to lose some of that headwind, which is nice. So we'll hop back out here in a second. Just want to see our VOR needle's not moving yet. It will here eventually, but we do have the GPS up over here on the other screen, so we can at least see what's going on as far as where we're supposed to be, and that's the idea. Of course, they wouldn't have had that back in the day, but they would also had a pilot, a co-pilot, a navigator. You know, they would have had all that stuff to help them make sure they're getting where they're going. So, especially on a long trip like this, it's just us. We're going to take advantage of GPS. That's our navigator, the GPS. So let's zoom this back out here, and boy, that got really choppy right now. You see how choppy it is for some reason? It's not liking me moving it around. Not really sure why it's doing that. Probably just because the other aircraft in there and all that stuff. So great views here though. Fantastic. Let me let's go back here to Pat. He's bringing up the rear, I think. Right? It sounds like his engines are on idle, doesn't it? So because I can't change the vertical plane of view, that's a good one right there. That gives us a couple of snapshots anyway with all 3 aircraft in there, and then mine's disappearing into the clouds now. There we go. Look at these views, man. These are fantastic. I mean, you can't beat this, can you? You really can't. Of course, the choppiness makes it a little difficult at times, but there's a nice view right there. Looking good. All right. So they'll keep tightening it up here. Boy, this Manfred Jahns, I think somebody said it might be pronounced Jahns, like with a Y. This thing is beautiful, isn't it? What a beautiful aircraft. Alright, looking pretty good. See if you guys can tighten it up just a little bit more. My ground speed is still increasing slightly. Again, we're losing that headwind, which is great. But let's tighten it in here, guys. Bring it in nice and close. I want you to be worried that you're going to smack my wingtip. Let's see if we can get some real good formation flying in. 98 miles to BKA. So it's almost, what do we got? A little over 100 miles of our flight done so far, or almost 100 miles done. We're flying awfully slow. It's going to take a little longer. We're flying slow, and of course we're flying slow because we got a headwind. Let's hop inside here and look at our fuel real quick. So left main and right main, we've burned quite a bit. Yeah, Pat, that's what I'm thinking. A diamond formation. If easy slips in on my left wing there, you can't get any closer. Oh yeah, see, well, get a couple screenshots then, easy. That's one of the hold on. Say that one more time. Okay, nice. Yeah, so what's happening is, like, for easy, his aircraft in his view is right next to mine. He can't get any closer to me. But of course, if you look in my view, gotta zoom back over here. They can obviously get closer in my view, right? See that? And Pat's back there in the clouds somewhere. So basically what it boils down to is with FS Cloud, it's not giving the same exact feedback to everybody. So Easy and Noam or Corn, they're right next to each other, and then now they're not, and then they are, and then they're not. And as far as Easy can tell, he's right next to my airplane. So he took a couple of screenshots. He said he's going to post a link to one of the screenshots in the chat here on Twitch. So that'll be nice. And then Easy, if you'll do me a favor and email me any screenshots you get, and that goes for all you guys. Take some screenshots, email them to me, and then I'll post all that stuff on Facebook when we're all done here today. And that way we've got a little bit of everybody's screenshots, because some of them, it looks like we're all formed up right now, whereas for us, it looks like we need some work. So. But, yeah, looking good. Looking good. I should probably stay in the flight deck now. Alright, guys, so I'm going to wait about another 20 seconds or so, and I'm going to do another left turn a few degrees. No, you know what? I'm going to keep it right where it's at. I'm going to keep it where it's at because we're creeping up towards that VOR. I guarantee that that line's going to move here eventually, so... You know, it's really a difference between what's going on in FSX and what goes on in the real world as far as those headings are concerned and stuff like that. I mentioned that already, but boy, it'd be great if we could get out of some of this. What are you talking? What am I? My brain just went blank. If we can get out of some of this headwind, that'd be nice, right? Let's see here. Let's take a look at something here. So, flight plan. So at BKA, the wind is 152, which is basically right off our nose at 14,000. It's going to be the same here at about 12,000. At YAK, it's 196. We're basically going to fight a headwind almost the entire way. We're pretty much up a creek on that, which is going to make this flight substantially longer, unfortunately. But there's really nothing we can do about that. It's going to be a long haul, guys. So that being said, let's chat it up over here. There's Easy put a link in there for the screenshot. I want to see it too. I'm going to click on that link here real quick. Let's see what we got. Oh, there's a couple of them in there actually. Let me see. Of course, my internet's going to be ridiculously slow now. Of course it is. Any day now. Any day. We got to chat more, guys. We need more talking going on down here. How are you, Corn? Are you asking how you take a screenshot? Hop to an external view and press the V or the Victor key, and that'll snap a screenshot. Boy, it's not. Oh, it's starting to load in. Boy, the internet's being slow on my little laptop over here, which is crazy because it shows that I got full bars or whatever. It's probably because I'm streaming though. Excuse me, I got this thing on Wi-Fi, but I've got the main computer on a hard line here. So, yep, it's Pat was just saying that his stuff's freezing up as well. I think it's just... Okay, Pat. Pat's got to hop off or something. Yeah, so my internet's just being... My bandwidth is being sucked up by the live stream. There's the picture right there. Oh, Easy's flying buffalo colors. That's funny. Ah, I hate this computer. It's got Windows 8 on it. Seriously? It won't even let me scroll down a little so I can see the whole picture. There it is. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. I like that he's flying buffalo colors. That's pretty cool. Let's look at the other one here real quick. He posted 2 of them. And click. I'm gonna have to reset my stream here. Not the actual live stream, but my view of it on this other computer, because it's when I look at it on my other computer, it still shows us sitting on the ground back at our point of origination. on mine over here, the stream's not refreshing. The chat is, but the stream's not. So that's interesting. So I might have to refresh that, which means the comments will sort of disappear for a minute. I don't know why it's got to be being slow because I got this going on, and then of course the Wi-Fi is probably getting sucked up by, the kids are on the iPads and the TV's going, and that's using because we got Netflix and stuff. So all of that's sucking up some of the bandwidth. So it's making it slow, but at least the stream's working good. That's good. That's the main thing here, right? That the stream's working good. Yeah, it won't even load that second picture right now. That's just madness. Alright, I'm going to refresh my view of the stream on this laptop, so if I miss any comments, I apologize. Alright, it's trying to refresh anyway. We'll see what happens. Oh, you only put one photo up? Oh, it must have just been the same one. The link went in there twice or something. Oh, that's weird. This thing doesn't want to refresh. Come on, guys, chat it up over here. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, definitely send those to me. Easy's gonna send me a bunch of pictures, so we'll get them all up there. It'll be good. So, yeah, as soon as the thing refreshed, it just it froze again. So it shows me mid energy drink there. Good times. Anyway, cruising along. So what do you guys think? You think we ought to just switch to the GPS mode there and let it track the GPS? Yeah, let's give it a shot here. So I'm going to switch this, so you got to hit GPS and then nav lock. Nope. Nav is BKA. Oh, interesting. So... let's see. See if it's working on this one. Yeah, looks like it's starting to work here. Looks like it's turning to track the GPS line. Wow, that's wicked simple, huh? We just made flying a lot easier. It'll make the trip easier anyway. I'm thinking when we cross BKA, we'll go ahead and we'll take it up to 14,000. We should have burned off plenty of fuel by then. Shouldn't have any problem getting up there. Oh, you started on your ox tanks? Easy started out on ox tanks. We're on the main tanks. We're not even halfway into those. Let's see where we're at on those. Yeah, so we burned what, about a quarter on each of them? Give or take a little. Come on. There we go. Yeah, about a quarter on each of them. And then of course our ox tanks are still where they started at. So, and then And when we want to change them, we'll flip this one to right auxiliary, and the other one over there will go to left auxiliary. It'll be easy peasy. Hopefully it works. I haven't actually had to switch to auxiliary tanks before. Easy. Are you running them on the auxiliary like I was just showing there, where the right one's on right auxiliary, left one's on left auxiliary? Let him throw that down in the chat there. Corn's props aren't turning. That's funny. Good times. FS Cloud's something else, isn't it? Oh. So we're tracking it on the GPS now, just to make it a little easier as far as navigation goes. But what was I going to say? I forgot. Oh, I like flying at VOR to VOR, but you know, flying it to GPS it does make it easier, which there's nothing wrong with that. That's a lot of fun too. So, I mean, the point is about the flight here, right? So we got 67 miles to go. Looks like the wind went down just a little bit. Ground speed's gone up to 177, so that's good. I'm hesitant to increase power any because, you know, we'll end up burning more fuel, obviously, if we do that. We should have enough fuel. We should have more than enough fuel, but fighting a headwind, you burn more fuel, plain and simple. So, any way you shake it, we might be cutting it close on fuel. Might have to do mid-air refueling. DC-3 had that capability, right? Mid-air refuel? Pretty sure it did. Yeah, pretty sure. Oh, good times, guys. Come on, let's chat it up. Anybody got any questions for me? Questions about the series, anything like that? Nobody ever answered my nobody ever answered my trivia question. So let's throw it out there again. Trivia question: Lockheed Constellation. What was the military function? There's a military function for aircraft that's very common today that was first tested in the Lockheed Constellation. What was it? VPA 561 says FS Labs P3D Airbus $140. No thanks. I don't blame you, man. That's crazy, right? It's a great aircraft. It is. I mean, it's $100 for FSX too. Why is it more for P3D? I don't understand that. You know, to me, that's a really shady thing that companies are doing. We're going to charge you more money for an aircraft in P3D than we are in FSX. It's the same aircraft. It's the same code. It's the same everything, just that P3D, Lockheed Martin, got access to the core code of FSX and was able to make tweaks to it that do make it run better than FSX sometimes. And so P3D, in some instances, is a little better than FSX. Okay, fair enough. Whatever. But it's still the same code. You don't have to do really anything different with a third-party add-on for P3D than you do for FSX. It's the same code. It hooks up to the freaking sim the same way. So why does it cost more money? I mean, how many different third-party add-on companies were able to port over whatever it was that they had created, okay, over to P3D without any problems? A lot of them, right? A lot of them ported it over with no problems at all. So, explain to me again why you have to rebuy a PMDG aircraft. Why do I have to pay, and not just rebuy it for P3D, but I have to pay more money than I paid for it on FSX? So let's just say your NGX, it was, what was it originally? It was like $70 on for FSX, I think is what it was. And it's like $100 for P3D. And you have to buy it again if you want to fly it on P3D. That doesn't make any sense. That's greed, if you ask me. That's pure greed, and it ticks me off because this is supposed to be a tight-knit community. It was at one time. The flight sim community was amazing. You know, 10 years ago, you could have hopped onto any forum, had a conversation with anybody, asked questions. You know, there was a lot of great stuff going on. And it seems like now, like, this community is sort of turned into an every man for himself kind of thing. You got third-party add-on companies that don't care at all about their customers. All they care about is making money. You know, so you look at, you know, Yeah, I'm trying not to trash talk any particular company here. I fly PMDG aircraft, I fly Aerosoft aircraft, I fly FS Labs Airbus, but it's ridiculous. And this is a great point that VPA brings up right here. Why is it $140 for the FS Labs Airbus on P3D when it's $100 for the FS Labs Airbus on FSX? There is no way that the minor differences, and I know a thing or two about this. I've learned a lot about it recently, in fact, and Easy knows what I'm talking about. I know a lot more about this than I used to, and I'm telling you right now, there is not enough difference between P3D and FSX in the coding and in the implementation of a third-party add-on to justify a $40 increase for that aircraft. It's not there. Just like there's not enough difference between P3D and FSX to justify PMDG charging you full price for another aircraft instead of being able to port over the one you've already got. It's not it doesn't exist. And they can say it does all they want, but it doesn't. I'm telling you right now. So it ticks me off to see that, and it's happening all the time. And I can tell you that as I progress forward, I'm trying to do something about that. And Easy knows what I'm talking about, but that's neither here nor there. The point is, I don't think it's fair. And I'm with you, VP. You shouldn't have to do that, man. That's crap. Active Sky jumped on the bandwagon too. So now Hi-Fi wants more money for Active Sky for P3D. Let's see. Joe the Bro. Joe says, I'd say A2A is one of the few companies that truly loves and respects their customers and their input. I think it's Lockheed Martin upcharging the third-party companies for access into their dev kit and rights. You may be right on that, Joe. You may be very well right, because I'm going to tell you right now, Lockheed Martin's one of the shadiest companies I've ever met in my life, man. Unbelievable how shady that company is, all right? I've dealt with them before. They are ridiculous. They overcharge for everything. They have massive, you know what? F-35. Let's talk about the F-35, folks. Lockheed Martin is the developer of the F-35. How far over budget has that thing gone now? It's into the hundreds of billions over budget. Still not completely done. They're still projecting further increases in the cost of the aircraft. Listen, I don't care how cool or amazing it is. I don't care how technologically advanced it is. Lockheed Martin is doing everything they can to get as much money as they can out of the federal government for that program. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. I'm telling you right now, that company's shady. They're doing the same thing with the flight sim community and P3D. They're sucking up every penny they can out of everybody because that's how they are. So I think you're spot on there, Joe. Corn's behind us, fantastic. Chicken Metal got it right. The Constellation was the first AWACS aircraft. They were the test bed for what is now an AWACS aircraft. Fantastic. The girl got it. None of you guys figured it out, and the girl got it. Man, that is awesome. Yep, that's right. Back in Vietnam, actually, which is sort of what we're honoring here, is the men and women of the Vietnam era in this flight. Back in Vietnam, they had a lot of constellations that were deployed to Vietnam, and that was where they started testing the concept for AWACS. So the girl gets the points. If I had a prize, I'd give her a prize, but I don't have any prizes. Joe says they don't care about customers, only their bottom profit, because they're a multi-billion-dollar military company. That's right. Joe, you're right. The Connie was originally designed as a civilian airliner, but during its, let's see, how do I put this? The Constellation did not fly as a civilian airliner first. It didn't. So it was designed to be a civilian airliner. It was meant to be a civilian airliner, but during its initial construction and testing and all of that, the military basically took control of the program. Not entirely, but basically took. This is the simplified version. Basically took control of the program, and so the the first, come on brain function, the first constellations to come out, the first several of them, all became military aircraft. And what was the military designation for the Constellation? Anybody know? I'm going to change to auto lean here. And that is increasing our power output and our speed without increasing our fuel, because I'm a complete moron and should have done that like an age and a half ago. I should have done that like right when we hit cruise. You can hear we got an increase in RPMs, we got an increase in manifold pressure, and we're getting an increase in speed because we were killing our engines. We were choking them with too much fuel. So I'm speeding up, guys. My ground speed's up to 198, 191 already. I'm an idiot. I really am. I didn't think about it until just now when I moved my view over and I was like, why is the mixture all the way up there when we're at 12,000 feet? Way to go. C-69 Starlifter is not the original designation. Let's see. What's my engine settings? I am still at 34 on the map and 2300 on the RPMs, but I've moved my mixture to auto lean because that's what I should have done ages ago, and so now I'm going faster. Oh, my nose is all stuffy. It's ridiculous. I don't know about... I didn't know that about the Connie. Is that the EC-121? The EC-121 is actually the one that that Chickametal was referring to up above as the early AWACS. That was the EC-121. The C-21, I think I'm right. Correct. Look it up and correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's the C-21 is the original military designation for the Constellation. And you are right, the Starlifter is the C-69. The civilian version of the original Constellation was the 049, and then they had the 149, 249, all the way up to the 649, which were variants. Up until the 649, none of those variants actually ever did anything. They never went into service. So basically it goes from 049 to 649, and I think there was a 749 and then a 1049 or something like that. And the 1049 is the Starlifter. That was the Super Constellation, which was an extended fuselage, extra fuel tanks, all of that good stuff. So, I had another trivia question about the Constellation too I wanted to put out there. It'll come to me in a little bit, and then I'll put it out there and you guys can take a look. My speed's gone way up, guys. I don't know why I didn't put on auto lean earlier, but if you haven't put your engines, your mixture to auto lean, put them to auto lean. You're going to get a lot more out of it, and it's going to shorten this flight substantially without burning more fuel. Don't mind me. I'm just Captain Mac. Yeah, so you're right and wrong on that, Joe. The military Constellation that is the C-69 was the last rendition of the military version of the Constellation, but it's not the original designation. The original designation is C-21. Look it up. You looked it up for that, look it up for that too. So I'm almost 100% positive it's C-21. I'm going to look it up now too because I want to make sure that I'm getting this right. Why am I having a hard time finding this? Come on. Oh, let's try this a different search function or parameter here. Man, my internet's being slow. Well, it looks like maybe I'm wrong on this. Where'd I get C-21 from? It must have been a different aircraft. Oh no, I was thinking of the C-121 Super Constellation. So that was the latest rendition. The C-69 is the original rendition. So Joe's got that correct. I've got it wrong. My RPMs, corn, are 2,300. A2A Comanche. You fly that more than any other pay-war aircraft. Nice. A2A does make some great aircraft. They really do. Now, when I did my tutorial on the Constellation, I made a couple mistakes, and I pointed out the fact that the flight engineer is not doing all the things that are listed on the flight engineer's checklist, like after all the after start stuff and the engine and systems checks and all that. He doesn't do all that stuff. And I mentioned that, and somebody went into the A2A forums and asked if there was a problem with the flight engineer. Why is he not doing all this? And so a guy from A2A hopped onto my YouTube channel, and he hopped onto my sorry, somebody was talking on TeamSpeak. He hopped onto my YouTube channel, and he was like, hey, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, and oh, by the way, blah, 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 or whatever. So the long and short of it is I made the corrections where I was wrong. So if you guys get a chance and you go look at that Constellation tutorial I did, look at the engine start portion, the long portion of the engine start again, and you'll see that there's a couple of pop-ups in there that explain where I went wrong, which I have no problem with that. I was all for it. But I kind of felt like, why is he saying it like that, right? So then I hop in the forums, and he had posted a response to the original guy saying that I got a whole bunch of stuff wrong and whatever. So I posted a response to him. Now, understand, he wasn't being a jerk about it. I'm not saying he was being a jerk. At first it kind of came off that way, but once I understood what was going on, he wasn't being a jerk. But I kind of went in there and I was like, look, first of all, I get where I made some mistakes. That's my bad. I've made the corrections. Move on from that. But I wasn't wrong in what I said about that flight engineer. He doesn't do all that stuff, and he's not supposed to. But the manual and the checklist and stuff were a little unclear about that, and that's the point that I was trying to make is, you know, it looks like he should be doing that, but he's not. What's the deal? So, turns out I was right about that in the end, so. Yeah, Joe, you were right. That was my bad. The C-121 is what I was thinking of, and that was the latest version. So the EC-121 Morningstar AWACS was based off of that aircraft. That is correct. But the original test bed was an original was a Super Constellation. So maybe that was still a C-121. Sitting in Helena, Montana. Really, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. I like flying the GA aircraft. I like, you know, I've really gotten into flying these old aircraft lately. I'm really enjoying this. Finding this Manfred Jahns DC-3 and then A2A releasing the Constellation has really sparked my love of these old aircraft. And so I'm excited about getting some time to fly these and doing these live streams. I really look forward to them because even though we spend most of the time, it's just kind of yapping, and I put it on autopilot. I'm not going to hand fly it for 5 hours. I'm just not going to do it. But I still really enjoy flying these aircraft. It's a lot of fun. So I really rekindled that. Now, I think part of the reason I don't really like to fly the small aircraft a whole lot in flight sim is because I have a pilot's license and I fly a Cessna in the real world. So I don't know. It's not the same to me flying it in the sim. Now I will tell you this: if I'm getting ready to do like a cross-country flight in a Cessna 172, I hop on flight sim and I fly the route that I want to fly in flight sim, usually 2 or 3 times before I fly to somewhere I'm not familiar with, and it helps. I really like doing that. So you got to get the Connie, but you enjoy the A2A. Yeah, you know, it's we're actually going to do, I want to do a live stream series where where we're flying either the Constellation or the Boeing 377. I don't have the 377. I know that Easy does. And for those of you who don't know, the A2A Boeing 377 is it's a captain of the ship, just like the Constellation, but you have to buy the captain of the ship separate with that one. But essentially, you know, for those of you who don't know, look up what a Boeing 377 is, and I'll check the text here in just a sec, Easy, I promise. Easy and we've been friends a long time, so I got a text message on my phone from him. He already told me once to check it. Let me check it. Probably told me I messed something up. Yeah, I saw the emails. I was going to respond that there's something wrong with you guys based on the conversation. But yeah, that time works just fine for me, Easy. That sounds good, buddy. Thanks for setting that up. It's a meeting. We got a meeting. Anyway, so I'm thinking about now. I already mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it again. I am restarting the around the world in the Constellation series, and I've got the whole flight plan. I've got everything laid out. Easy actually found the old schedules a long time ago, and he gave me the schedule. So we're gonna fly a TWA. Why am I coughing so much? TWA Constellation around the world. It's gonna be fantastic. I'm really looking forward to it. For those of you who don't know, I started that series a long time ago, around the world in the Constellation, with the Just Flight or whoever, the Wilco, I don't know who made it, I don't remember, Constellation, and the airplane sucked. And I didn't like the format I was doing either. So, you know, the format for that one was really more, there was no, it wasn't engine start, it wasn't, I don't know, it wasn't a good format. It was early on, and I didn't like the airplane anyway, so I stopped doing it. So I know some folks are excited about getting back to it. I know I'm excited about getting back to it. I'm really looking forward to it, and yeah, it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a really good time. So look for Around the World in the Constellation soon. It's going to be flown in the A2A Constellation, but I'm also thinking about doing some live streams with the Constellation and the 377 on FS Cloud like we're doing right now, where we can do some flights together in that. So if you're interested in that, let me know, and we'll see about setting that up after we're done with this. We got like, I don't know, 15 more of these to go before we're going to get to that. So we just crossed over BKA, in case anybody's wondering. So I'm going to go ahead and take the altitude up to 14,000. So those of you flying with me, join me at 14,000 feet. I'm going to climb at 500 feet per minute. And I think we can get away with not increasing throttles, but we'll see. We'll give it a minute here and see what happens. Watch the speed bleed down just a little bit. The air is very bumpy right now. Of course, we're flying through these clouds. Let's look at the temperature. Make sure we're not getting any surface icing. Temperature is pretty low, but the carb air is doing really good. So even though we got a lot of clouds, we don't seem to have too much moisture, at least to the point where it's freezing on the aircraft or in the carburetor. So that's good. We do have the carb heat on, of course. We could turn the surface de-icers on. Oh, I already did. I turned those on a while ago. So there you go. That's why we're not having any problems. So if you don't have your surface de-icers on, I highly recommend you do. Let's see. Do I use Active Sky? Yes, I do, Joe. I use Active Sky 2016, and it's amazing. I use it with Active Sky Cloud Art, and I really, really like it. Despite our conversation about these shady companies and Hi-Fi apparently being part of that program, or getting to become part of that program, I really like Active Sky 2016. It's a good program. So you'd love to see what? The Around the World in the Constellation, Corn? How do I find the time? That's a good question, because I do work a full-time job. I am very blessed in that I have a schedule that's, I work 4/10s. So I have 3 days off a week, so that helps. But one of those days is completely consumed, really, with meetings and stuff like that for something else I'm working on. So basically I have Sunday and Tuesday available. And Sundays right now, of course, are taken up with live streams. And that's going to continue for the foreseeable future. And then when I'm done with live streams on Sundays, typically that's the rest of it's family day. And when the summer rolls back around, live streams will probably peter out again for a little while, because it's family day, period. Because I got to spend time with them. I love my family. They're awesome, and I got to spend some time with them. So typically what ends up happening, to be honest with you, is I'll record a flight on Tuesday, and this is why there's usually only one video a week released. I'll record a flight on Tuesday, and then I will spend 30 or 40 minutes after work each day editing the video so that I can compile it, render it, and upload it by typically Sunday, and then release it on Tuesday. So that's kind of how it works. I think I've mentioned before, and I don't know if any of you remember, I've mentioned before that one of the ways that you can support my channel, of course, is through watching the videos that are, the little ads that are at the beginning of my videos, and sometimes a little ad pops up that you can click on. If you click on those, again, if it's something that might interest you, if you click on those, they take you to an external website. I get fractions of pennies for all of that. So a good way that you can support the Captain Mac channel, of course, is by watching those ads all the way through instead of skipping them, clicking on ads that pop up and stuff, and they're not spam, so you don't get YouTube is run by Google, and Google does a really good job of making sure that those ads aren't the type of thing where if you click on it, all of a sudden you're going to get hundreds of pop-ups and malware on your computer and stuff. So by clicking on those, or by watching that whole 30-second video, sometimes there's like a movie preview or something that's like 2 minutes long, 2.5 minutes long. Of course nobody really wants to watch those, but if you do, I get just a little bit more as far as fractions of pennies go, and it's a great way to support my channel. And I do get money from the YouTube channel. Now, by that I mean about every 3 months I get probably about $100 if I'm lucky. So, and I think in fact it's been 4 months, maybe a little more than 4 months since I got any money out of it. So it's not a lot of money, but there's potential there for there to be a lot of money. There are a lot of YouTubers, that's what they do for a living. And when you've got 60, 70,000 subscribers, 100,000, some of these guys have like 12 million subscribers. When you post a video that gets 25,000 views in an hour, you're going to make some money off of that. My most viewed video is my Dash 8 Pro tutorial, cold and dark tutorial, and that's got, I think, 27,000 views, and I posted that over a year ago. So, these guys that are getting 20,000 views right now, they're making pretty good money. The point I'm getting at is, if YouTube ever gets to a point where it could actually replace my income, which that's years down the road, but if it does, I would do this full time. I love doing this. So that would change the dynamic. Rather than releasing a video a week, I would be releasing probably 3 videos a week, 3 or 4 videos a week, and doing at least 1 live stream, probably 2 per week, if that happens. So, but right now, as far as finding the time, there's not a lot of it. So I find it when I can, but that's why sometimes you just don't get a video. And my beautiful wife just walked in. What's up, darling? Say where? Okay. That's what? Okay. Give me a hands up when you head out, man. No, I think I'm good. Okay. Love ya. She's letting me know she's going to head out somewhere in a little while. So, that's the other part of it, too, as far as finding the time, is my wife is, even though she thinks I'm an absolute complete dork, which I am, let's face it, she's very supportive. She knows I enjoy doing this, and she doesn't give me a hard time about it. I'm going to be in here for a total of probably 6.5, 7 hours today for this live stream, and between setting up and then when I'm done getting the live stream moved over to YouTube and all that stuff, it takes a lot of time. And she just understands. She's very understanding. My children, when I'm not busy in here doing stuff, I like to spend time with my kids. I like to play with them and stuff like that, so that they know they're loved. So I maximize the time that I spend with my family, which allows me a little more time to do stuff like this. So there's your answer. Long-winded, but there it is. I'm a long-winded guy anyway. Let's see here. What I miss on the chat while I was talking so long. I got to get back to flight sim. It's been 2+ months since I've last flown. You know, I got to tell you, even myself, every once in a while, I get a little burnt out on it. I do. And I'm actually getting ready to do a video here pretty soon that's going to be, I'm going to call it like pilot's log or something like that. It's going to be like a channel update kind of thing. And one of the things I'm going to talk about in there, and you know, I don't mind mentioning it here, is there's a lot of other games I like to play. I'm a gaming guy. I love playing video games. I always have. They're a blast. And I want to put some of those on my channel. So you guys saw I did Life of a Virtual Truck Driver for a little while. Excuse me. I've done like 4 more videos on that. I just haven't edited them yet. And there's some other games. I like simplistic games. I like I don't know if you guys have heard of Transport Fever. That's actually a pretty fun little game. Banished is a fun little game. I like playing games like that. And so I'd like to get some of that content on my channel too. You know, and of course, you know, my subscriber base is predominantly flight sim. You know, I've got almost 3,200 subscribers, and it's pretty much all flight sim guys. Flight sim is never going to stop on my channel, and it's not going to decrease either. So when I start adding some other video content on there, like some of you know, my son recently started his own YouTube channel. He's 5 years old, and he was doing some Stranded Deep videos. And if you haven't heard of it, it's kind of a neat little survival game. And the kid's just cute. He's so cute. It's freaking ridiculous. Like, he's just a cute kid. So he's having a good time playing him, and so I posted his first video on my channel. And one of the first comments I got, which actually kind of annoyed me a little, was, "Oh, please don't stop putting flight sim videos on your channel." Okay, I'm not going to stop putting flight sim videos on my channel, but you know, there's a little section right underneath the video that's called show notes, and I usually write something in there. And in that particular video, I wrote in there, "Hey, this is my son making his first video, and I want to promote it here." You know, so don't go on my channel and say, you know, "Oh, don't stop doing flight sim." How about go on there, take a look at what's going on, and maybe give my son a thumbs up. You know, and a lot of you went, you know, about 15 of you, I think, went over to his channel and subscribed, which, let me tell you, just absolutely made his world. He's up to like 17 subscribers, and the kid is just absolutely giddy about it. He thinks it's the coolest thing ever, and I really appreciate that, because you know, he loves watching YouTube videos. Guys play games on YouTube and stuff, and so he wanted to do it himself. He's 5 years old, you know, and so, you know, it's good to give him some encouragement, right? And you know, so I was a little miffed by that. And you know, so just a heads up, you know, if you're watching my channel and you see a, you know, American Truck Simulator or Banished or something like that, it doesn't mean flight sim's not going to be there anymore. Flight sim's always going to be there. It's always going to be the basis of this channel. It will always be the basis and the priority of the channel. But the reason I bring it up is because one of you said you haven't flown. Joe said he hasn't flown in like 2 months. Sometimes you just get a little burnt out, you know? Sometimes you get a little burnt out. And so it's good to play other games and stuff like that. And I figured, well, I'm going to play them anyway. It's a lot easier to make those videos than it is to make flight sim videos. Flight sim videos take a lot of editing. I do a truck simulator video. I literally throw some clips in there, throw a watermark on it, intro and exit, and that's it. Render it and post it. It's easy. It takes me 30 minutes to edit the video. It takes me up to 5 hours sometimes to edit a good flight sim video. That Constellation tutorial took 5.5 hours, maybe longer, of editing. Just editing. Alright? So sometimes I get a little burnout, and I want to do something else. So my recommendation to you, Joe, is don't get too burnt out. Play some other games, enjoy some other stuff, and then go back to flight sim. So when you guys start seeing that stuff on my channel, you know, hey, watch them. You might find there's a game you'd really like to play. Watch them for a little bit and see what you think. But don't freak out. Don't think flight sim videos are going to stop. I'm still going to, the focus is always going to be, you know, trying to get at least one flight sim video up a week. Sometimes, occasionally, y'all have seen that doesn't happen, but you know, I'm going to keep trying to do that. So, again, a long-winded answer, right? Alright, what else we got over here? We got some good chat going now, so that's good. Your poor A2A aircraft. Yeah, you definitely want to download the V3 of this aircraft. This thing is absolutely fantastic. So, I did get the 737 700 from you, Boy Wonder. I haven't had a chance yet to try and put it in the sim, so I don't know what it looks like. My apologies, but I will try to get to that this weekend and get a look at it. So thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. You run a liquor store. Joe runs a liquor store, and he finds it hard to break up the time between Flight Sim and Xbox, and then family time and work, of course. That's funny. I like that. What's a day off? I'm at work five weeks at a time. Yeah, I know. Well, Shaker works probably harder than any of us over the road truck drivers. Crazy. 40 hours a week only means it's Wednesday. Yeah, you know, it is nice to, you know, some of you don't know maybe, I was in the Marine Corps for 14 years, and I didn't know what a 40-hour work week was. That was just insane to me. I worked an average of, 80 hours a week, and then of course when you deploy, I did, lots of deployments overseas. When you deploy, you're gone. That's it. You're gone 24/7 for however long. My longest deployment was 11 months. So having a 40-hour week job is really nice. It is, and I really, really appreciate it. I'm very grateful to God that I have, a 40-hour week job. I know when I'm going to work. I know when I'm coming home. I rarely have to travel for work, so I really appreciate that. That being said, my job is boring. It is, especially compared to what I used to do in the military. It's very boring. So, I have a lot of fun doing this, and I really hope the day comes where I can do this full time, because I think that would be fantastic. But in the meantime, it's just a part-time thing for me, and that's part of the reason that it means so much to me to get so much support from my subscribers. You guys coming on here, there's 11 people sitting here just watching me bump my gums. You guys coming on here and supporting my channel and supporting Twitch, and all the encouragement and stuff like that. I would say I've got 99% positive feedback. I've gotten a little bit of negative feedback, but it's been minimal, and I just really appreciate all of you guys, so thank you very much. I am going to turn off the camera for just a second here, and I'm going to step out of the room and blow my nose because it's driving me insane. Yes, I said that on a live stream. Be right back. Nothing like a break during a live stream to blow your nose, right? I'm going to take a food break here in a little while, too. Yeesh. How long have we been at this here? What time is it? 11:22. 2 hours now, almost 2 hours. Actually, 2.5. We started at 9, right? 9 my time. Okay, back over to the comments here. What I missed? VPA's retired and still can't find time to do all he would like. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever be able to, will we? Oh, jeez. Who has more subs than you? Me? You've only got 5? Well, what do you put on your channel? Jerks will be jerks. Yeah, you ain't kidding. Some people, it doesn't matter what you do. Some people you can't please everybody. I learned that a long, long time ago. You just can't please everybody. It's never going to happen. So, as long as I've left a couple of semi-negative comments up on my channel, but I've had some on there that were just way out of line, and I just delete them. If you put a ridiculously nasty comment on my channel, I'm just going to delete it. I'm not going to deal with that nonsense. This is a waste of time. Why would I want to sit there and worry myself about your negative opinion? If you don't like what I'm putting on the channel, you don't have to watch it, right? I mean, you don't have to watch it. So, anyway. Oh, don't even get me started on Elite Dangerous, Joe. I have not touched it in like a year, because when I play Elite Dangerous, we're talking 18-hour marathons. I just can't seem to step away from it. I actually want to do some Elite Dangerous stuff for my channel. That thing is just fun. And let's not have the argument about Star Citizen versus Elite Dangerous. It's very simple. It's a very simple argument, okay? Star Citizen is still not done. End of story. Don't want to hear anything else about it. Elite Dangerous is not only done, but continuing to add some amazing content. It's a lot of fun to play. If you haven't played it, oh my word, get Elite Dangerous and play it. I will do some videos on that on this channel eventually. That thing is fun. I like it. What else we got? Not burnout, just stuck on Elite Dangerous. I don't blame you there. Boy Wonder, I don't know that I'll be able to do it immediately after the stream, but I promise I will do it this weekend. Fair enough? I will definitely put it in there and see if I can get it to work. I think, didn't you send an 800 one that I couldn't get it to work for some reason? Look outside. Which side, Corn? Corn wants me to look outside. Look at those two. That's a nice little formation there. Let's not go through the wing. Let's go under it. Nice. Look at this formation, guys. We're all formed up, cruising along, looking good. Let me go from a different view here. Let's see what we got with easy here. Look at that. Oh, that's nice right there. Look at that, guys. That's a good picture. You see, that's FS Cloud doing its thing. You guys see that right there? Isn't that weird how it does that? Oh, man. Let's see. Who's this up to the right here? Is this Pat? Yep, that's Pat right here. Ooh, I like it with the clouds like that. Gotta wait till he reappears again, though. You can just see the lights in there, right? Isn't that crazy? Just make out the lights. Look at those clouds. There's me right there. So Pat's almost right on top of me. That sounds really weird, doesn't it? And you can just see the lights. It's crazy. Let's boy, that's some. Look at that. That's some thick weather, huh? Woo. Can we even see Pat from this view? We are in the thick of it, boys. Now, they probably don't have the same clouds I do, so... That's good stuff, though, guys. Hey, thanks for letting me know to look outside, Corn. I completely forgot that we got other aircraft here. Well, we're cruising right along, though. We are cruising right along. We'll have to look outside again here in a little bit, maybe when some of these clouds clear up. We got 142 miles to Yak. Y-A-K. Yak. Fantastic. Oh! I'm getting old, I think. Feeling a little worn out. Oh, what else we got going over here? Oh, he's got more. My son's got more subscribers than you. Well, if you guys are on this live stream, you know, do me a favor. Hop over to my YouTube channel. Find the video for Stranded Deep. And I think I put a link to my son's channel in there. Do me a favor. Go over, subscribe to his channel. It doesn't matter. You don't have to watch his videos if you don't want to. You don't have to watch mine if you don't want to. Just subscribe. It boosts the kid's morale. He really loves it. So, you know, and he'll probably do YouTube videos forever. He's always bugging me. Let's do a video. Let's do a video. And that's where that time thing comes in. You know. So sometimes it's like, man, I need to do a video for my channel, but my son wants to do a video. Nice thing is I keep his videos to 20 minutes. They're very easy to edit. So I need to do some more videos with him. And he wants to play some other games too. So, in fact, I bought Call of Duty Black Ops 2 for the PC, and as soon as I get another controller, I got one, you know, little hand controller right up here. As soon as I get another one, him and I are going to play some Black Ops 2 on here. So looking forward to that. There, we're out of the clouds real quick. Let's see how we're looking here as far as where everybody's at. There they are. Yeah, see, it's kind of weird. They're all just behind me just a little bit. But if I switch to one of their views, let's take a photo there. That's a good photo. If I switch to Pat's view here, if I can switch to Pat's view, there we go. There's a nice one there too. And then if I swing around, oh, look at that. Oh man, it's too bad I can't go like up and down, right? Because if I could, that would be an awesome... Oh, I can zoom out a little. There we go. Look at that. That's perfect right there. These are some cool screenshots, you guys. Zoom out a little bit. That's a cool screenshot. Bam. The choppiness can be a little obnoxious, but... See, now you can't see my airplane, which is weird, right? I must be in that cloud already. That's why. Look at that. Those are some cool pictures, guys. Where'd my airplane go? I guess I'm in the cloud here. No? See, it's different. It's different when I use the EasyDock camera on my aircraft. I got to figure out a way to set it up for them. Yeah. See, I'm just a little further ahead of them is all. They're all formed up nice and tight. Look at that. That's interesting. Good stuff. All right. Back into the clouds anyway. Oh, let's see. Elite Dangerous on Xbox One. Oh, I haven't even tried it on there. I play it on the PC. Multi-crew. Wait, they added multi-crew on onto Elite Dangerous? Wow. Interesting. Will sub, I want to see your vids. You're not subscribed to my channel, Boy Wonder? How are you not subscribed to my channel? Shame on you. Oh, how much longer we got here? We got a ways to go yet, don't we? I wonder if Emmanuel will pop in today. Or maybe he did already. No, I don't think he did. That or he did and I just forgot what his screen name is on here. Look at them clouds, guys. Clouds have always been a big thing to me. So when they came out with this, I was really impressed because I really like nice clouds, realistic looking clouds in Flight Sim. It makes a big difference to me. Yeah, they're kind of popping in and out of clouds back there, aren't they? Good looking stuff. I wish my nose wasn't itching so much. It's driving me insane. Allergies are just killing me. They really are. Oh, you'll sub to my son? I appreciate that, Boy Wonder. I know he really does too. So, lunch break. What do you mean lunch break? Do I get a lunch break, you guys? Can I take a lunch break? Can I do a lunch break during a live stream? Is that legal? I might need to. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I think what I might do is I might turn the webcam off here. That gives you this nice little view of pretty old me. Hi. Grab something to eat and then come back here and then eat while I chat on here with you guys or something. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. What we need is we need our headwind to go away. We better check our fuel. Oh, we're doing good. We haven't even quite burned half a tank yet as far as yeah, see, reducing our mixture to auto lean was a really good idea. Oh, I see how it is, Pat. Noted. Pat was just telling me on TeamSpeak that he's already ahead of me. He's eating right now. So now I'm even hungrier. That's messed up, you guys. I'm gonna have to break away here in a few minutes and eat. We got 11 people on here, but we don't have 11 people talking. Who we got on here that hasn't even said hi yet? stuff is amazing, you guys. We're flying an old World War II aircraft a long way, too. 780 nautical miles today. That is a long flight. Let's see what our... we've got 440 nautical miles to go. Which means we've flown in the last 2.5 hours. We've flown, what, 320 nautical miles in the last 2.5 hours. So we've got a few hours to go yet. Strap yourselves in, folks. Chicken Metal's still here, or did she leave? See if she's still on here. Corn, I appreciate it if you're gonna hop on and subscribe to my son's channel, and I know that he will too. You know, the kid's, he's cute as a button. You guys, when you watch those videos, you'll be like, holy cow, like, how did that cute kid come from this guy? I mean, it's, I'm a little surprised myself. But then, of course, you know, my wife's gorgeous, and, you know, I still wonder why she finds me attractive, but such is life, right? And I'm sure, my friend Easy's on there going, yeah, I've been wondering the same thing. But he's off getting food right now. I think that's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to turn the camera off for just a couple minutes here. Well, a few minutes while I eat. I'm not going away. I'm just stepping away long enough to grab something to eat. I'm going to come back in here and be here to chat. So let's put us in an external view here where we can see everybody. If somebody jumps in, that's the wrong button there. If somebody jumps into the chat there while I'm away for the next, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes, let them know what we're doing and let them know that I'll be back shortly. But in the meantime, we're just cruising along. Man, my kids are animals. They're out there acting a fool. I went and got me a donut to eat. Yeah, that's right. I ate another donut. And it was good. And now I'm going to kick back with my feet up. And there we go. Anybody else come into the chat while I was gone? VPA had to get off? Bummer. How long ago was that? You know, it'd be nice if there was a little timestamp in there, right? So if it was like 10 minutes ago that he had to hop off, then I'd know. You know, but if you're still on, VP, thanks for joining us. I really appreciate it. It's a good time. We're still having fun. Why did you say pew pew, Boy Wonder? Everybody get something to eat? I noticed we didn't pick up any new followers yet on this one. We're up to 180 followers on Twitch, though. That's pretty cool, right? I don't know how that works. You get an announcement when I'm streaming or something like that? Why not? Yeah, I guess why not? Why not say pew pew, huh? Well, look at how thick them clouds get, huh? Airplanes disappearing. Boop. See, that's that Active Sky 16 with Active Sky cloud art where it looks like you're actually moving through the clouds, which is really cool, and that's something they didn't have in FSX for a long time. So, pretty stoked when I saw that. That's really neat stuff. We got a long way to go yet, though, don't we? Everybody getting kind of bored, kind of tired, kind of quiet. Why are we so quiet? Why am I the only one talking? That's the question. Oh yeah, because I'm the only one who's doing the live stream, right? I did what about 20 minutes ago? Oh, did I? I missed it, huh? Bummer. Well, whoever the new follower is, thank you. I appreciate it. Never know when you might need track IR in an instant. Gotta have the track IR hat on, right? Oh, let's kick back here. I'm barefoot, by the way. Flying a DC-3, 780 miles, barefoot. Who's trying to call me? Oh, it's my dad. He's gonna have to wait. I'll call him back. Why didn't you answer the phone? I was talking to 13 people at the same time. I don't think he'd understand. He doesn't quite get technology. He calls the computer the confuser. That's his name for a computer. It's a confuser. Oh, I guess we can hop back inside here at least, right? Maybe, maybe not. Inside. There we go. Didn't want to at first. Good sound on this thing, isn't there? I love it. We got a couple more people just hopped in and then hopped out. We were at like 13, now we're back to 11. Hop in. If you're hopping in there, say hi real quick. My wife's heading out. Love you, darling. Have fun. Drive careful. Okay, bye. She's heading out to take one of my whiny teenagers to the store. That was actually kind of funny. I went out there to get something to eat, and apparently Ashley, and some of you know who Ashley is, Ashley was throwing a temper tantrum because she couldn't do her makeup right. God forbid you can't do your makeup right. So, yeah. I should play another game in cruise. Yeah, no kidding, right? Play another game on here while we're cruising along. My computer might not be able to take that, especially with the cloud coverage we're dealing with. My computer might just absolutely go bonkers. I've got so many things open already that that's probably just plain old not gonna work. Good idea though. Maybe if I had solitaire or something, maybe I could sit here on my phone and play a little game on my phone while we're doing a live stream, because I'm sure that's entertaining for everybody, because we know everybody's gonna want to watch that live stream, right? People will hop on here and they'll see me on the camera playing around on my phone. Then what the heck do I want to do this for? I was hoping Irish Gaming Guys would bounce in here. He usually jumps into the live streams, and then he usually hosts us on his Twitch channel as well, which is really cool. But haven't seen him today. I told Easy yesterday, he was asking me, because he found out he was going to be able to join us today, and he says, what's the route and all this stuff? I said, don't you follow me on Facebook? He's like, no. And now keep in mind, Easy and I have been friends for years now, and he didn't follow me on Facebook. How sad is that? Yeah, that's how it is. I see. Oh well. Are you gonna get Charles de Gaulle by T2G? Maybe. I don't even know who T2G is. Oh, Taxi to Gate? Is that? Oh, okay. I think that's Taxi to Gate. That's a toss-up. So, I got an email from a virtual airline the other day. It's a European-based virtual airline. I won't say which one yet. But they sent me an email and asked me if I would join their VA and do some videos to help promote them, which I absolutely am going to. When I got that email, I was really humbled by that. I was touched by that, because you know, the idea that me making some videos for a virtual airline would bring in some additional pilots it's humbling to me. I was really touched by that email, and so I absolutely said yes. I told him, yeah, absolutely, I will do that. But first, again, we go back to that time issue we were talking about earlier. I need to find a little time. This is what I told him. I need to find a little time first. I don't have time at the moment. And second, I need a theme. All of my YouTube stuff is theme-based, clearly, right? I don't just randomly throw up videos. Everything's sort of moving forward with a theme. We've got the life of a virtual airline pilot, the life of a virtual cargo pilot. We'll get back eventually to unusual, difficult, and dangerous approaches. We're going to do around the world in a constellation. So I need a theme that fits with their virtual airline. And so I asked him and his staff to come up with some ideas to help with the theme. And then what I'll do is I'll join their virtual airline. I don't know if I'll stay on or not, because it's just an issue of time. I just don't get enough time to fly as much as I'd like to. So, but I will definitely be doing some videos for them in order to help promote their virtual airline. That's what this is about. I mean, it's like, you know, I was talking earlier about how the community, the flight sim community, seems to have kind of gone crappy, right? Which really sucks. So I rely on the flight sim community for subscribers and support and so on, and so I definitely want to give back to the flight sim community, and this is a way that I can do that. So I'm looking forward to doing it. So where's all this going? They've got, I guess, some partnerships, or whatever term you want to use, with a couple of, I think UK 2000 was one of them they mentioned, where they get some discounts and stuff on scenery. So I might actually be able to get some European. I don't have any European scenery except what comes for free with Orbix. I don't really have anything because I'm not from Europe, obviously, right? I'm from the US, so all of the add-on airports and stuff I have are here in the US, airports that I fly to, you know, in the real world regularly and stuff like that. So, getting back to your question there, we're eventually going to end up over in Europe, right? I mean, that's the goal, that's the plan, is to work our way over to Europe in the life of a virtual airline pilot, which there's not going to be an episode this week, by the way. I haven't had a chance to record anything. I'm hoping to do a flight on Tuesday. So, maybe, I guess, is the long and short of it. If we're going to be flying to Charles de Gaulle, and if there's a good deal, I have to look for sales. I don't buy this stuff when it's full price. I don't buy anything at full price. Some people donate things to me. I had somebody ask me on the YouTube channel the other day, hey, can you do can you get X-Plane 10 or 11 and do the JAR A330? And I have X-Plane 11, but it runs like crap on my machine right now, and I haven't taken any time to tweak it because there's not really a lot of call for it. My FSX runs really good. I don't have any add-on aircraft for X-Plane. I don't have any add-on scenery. I got nothing going for it right now. But I explained to him that, sometimes, if he really wanted to see it, I'm more than happy to do it, but I don't have, it's $60 for that airplane. I don't have $60. I don't have it. So I'm more than happy to do it if somebody donates the aircraft to me. And of course, if I get an aircraft donated, that becomes a priority to me, which is my priority on Tuesday. There's an aircraft that was given to me by the company that made it, and I need to do some work on that. And so that's going to be my priority Tuesday, which means Life of a Virtual Airline Pilot might have to take a back seat again. And I hate to do that because I love doing that series, but that's the way it has to go. So, you know, if I get over to Europe and people really want to see me flying in and out of a very, you know, a well-done airport and stuff, you know, either donations or something like that might be necessary for me to get it in time. And what I mean by that is, just like I told the individual on YouTube comments who asked me about it, I said eventually I will most likely get that airplane, but there's a long list of things that I want to get, things that I need to get, and so it's not at the top of that list right now. So if you guys want to see specific sceneries and aircraft and stuff like that, understand that I may get to it eventually. I probably most likely will get to it eventually, but it could be a long time. Money's tight, you know. I can't even buy an add-on every payday. You know, it's like every couple months, you know, I save a little here, save a little there, and then I can buy an add-on, right? But I don't have, well, there's not a lot of free-flowing cash in my house, so if somebody really wants to see something like right now, you can donate it, but I'm not asking for donations. I'm just saying you can, and that's happened a few times. And you know, I wouldn't even have the A2A Constellation if it hadn't been donated. I just wouldn't have it. And that's Shaker MT. Once again, he's donated several times. So thanks to Shaker MT, who's I know is floating around in on here somewhere. So he's driving right now. Dangerous that. Anyway, enough about that. You're gonna farm coins on heroes and generals. Okay, I don't even think I've ever played that. Is the VA British Airways Virtual? No, it's not British Airways Virtual. They are not the ones who asked me. Boy, we dropped down to 6 viewers. I must be getting boring, huh? Jeez, way to make a guy feel good about himself. We were at like 13, and then everybody's like, "Yeah, we're done. See ya. We don't want to watch this guy anymore." Of course, we're stuck in the clouds. You can't see anything but the inside of the aircraft. So I guess I get it. 60 miles from Yak right now. So yeah, I guess I could see why they bailed. I don't know that it would be appropriate for me to fly or to play another game on here. I don't even think I have a game that I could play while I'm running Flight Sim. Not on the computer anyway. Because I've got, you can see, I've got my stuff pretty well maxed out. You know, we just popped out of the clouds there a little bit. You know, and you can see when we hop outside here. I mean, look at the cloud coverage I have. And it's even getting a little choppy right now because it's thick cloud coverage. You know, we're like in the middle of it here. Anybody getting seasick from that? So, yeah. Not so sure I could get away with running something else in the background. I've got the sim running with things pretty well maxed out the way they are. I've got XSplit Broadcaster running over here in order to run the live stream. I've got all the pop-ups for the aircraft. I've got a PDF up over here with our waypoints on it. I've got FS Cloud running over here. I've got TeamSpeak running over here. And I'm recording it. Well, no, I'm not recording. It's being recorded through the live stream. But anyway, the point is, with all of that stuff going on, yeah, I don't know. I've got a 980 Ti in my computer, but even with all that stuff going on, I can hear the fans spinning up on that thing. So I don't think I can get away with farming coins, whatever that means. What are you talking about anyway? What is farming coins? I'm assuming that Heroes and Generals is a game, and that farming coins is something you have to do in order to advance forward in the game. It's kind of funny though. We need to pull up on my other computer over here, PAED, because that's where we're headed. Might as well have at least a ground chart, right? There we go. Now we got the ground chart for PAED. My Twitch is still frozen solid. playing with Twitch Prime for a 30-day free trial. Oh, look at that. This little pop-up over here says that if I've got Amazon Prime, which I do, I can connect my Twitch account to it, and I get Twitch Prime for free, which is interesting. I don't know what the point in Twitch Prime is, though. I guess I'll have to look into that a little bit. But you get a in-game loot for Smite, whatever Smite is. Is that a new game, Smite? Must be a new game. Not real big into RPGs and fantasy games and stuff like that. Easy's back. Welcome back, Easy. I hope you had a good meal. I had a donut. That's what I did. I had a donut. We just popped out of the clouds there again. Awfully slow on the chat. Of course, it doesn't help that, what are we down to here? We're down to like, oh, we're back up to 9 people watching. Who do we got on here? Let's do another roll call. We're so far into this live stream now. What are we, like 4 hours into it? No, we're not that far into it. It's like 3 hours. 3 hours into the live stream. We probably got, let's see, we started out with 780 miles to go. We got gone about 400 miles. So we got about 2.5 hours to go is what it's looking like. So we've got a while to go yet. Let's do another roll call. Just because. Hop into the chat there. Say hi to everybody, not just me, but say hi to everybody. This is part of what I enjoy about live streams. I like the opportunity to sit here and interact with you guys. I could probably bump my gums, run my mouth, beat my teeth together for 5 or 6 hours about random nonsense, and occasionally I'll go off on a nice little rant and it'll fill some time. But what I really like is the interaction on the chat. It's an opportunity for you guys to chat with each other, for you guys to ask me random questions and all that sort of stuff. Of course, if you ask me something that's ridiculous, I'm not going to answer it. I'm just going to ignore you. But just say hi on the chat, say hi to everybody, and then in return, please welcome people who are just joining us, because we were down to 6, I think, 6 viewers or something, and we got like 9 people now. So, you know, as they chime in, let's say hi. ETE at this speed is 1 hour 57 minutes. Yeah, that's about what I was thinking. That's at this speed, but we're going to slow down when we descend and all of that stuff. Actually, we'll speed up at first when we descend, but I'm figuring about 2.5 hours to completion is what I was getting at there, Easy. Pat's still here. Thank goodness for that. If we don't have the Canucks around, well, what are we going to do? Right, Pat? I love the Canadians. They're fantastic. Pat's my Canadian friend. Now he's going to give me a hard time about it. Watch him. Oh, good times, good times. I got to turn off the camera for just a second. Not going anywhere, just turning off the camera. Doing some jumping jacks. Can't do that on camera, right? It's not actually true, I lied, but that's okay. Did I hear talking again? Did you guys hear that? I could have sworn I heard somebody talking. I don't know. Pat said hi on TeamSpeak, but that's not what I heard. It must be Ernie and whoever the other guy is having a conversation. I am Canadian. Okay, is that supposed to mean something? I don't know what that means. What is I am Canadian? Oh, are you Canadian? Is that what you're saying? Boy Wonders Canadian? No, you're not. No. Because if you were, you wouldn't have spelled Canadian wrong. Get him, Pat. He spelled Canadian wrong. Get him. Where's everybody from on here? I know Pat's from Canada. Burr. What's Burr? Yes, Burr. Yes, Burr, I am. Are you just being weird? Are you just being weird by like? Are you making up words? You can't make up words. We don't. We're not making up words here. No making up words. I know Pat's from Canada. Apparently, Boy Wonder's from Nadia, wherever that is. I know that Easy is somewhere out east in the United States. Pat says you're on your own, Boy Wonder. I live in Arizona, for those of you who don't know. Who else we got on here? There's only 7 people on here now. Clearly, some of you are not talking. You're supposed to chat. That's half the fun, isn't it? Somebody's probably hopping into FS Cloud trying to find us so they can try and ram into us or something. Remember we had that one guy on here one day? What was his name? I don't remember his screen name, but he was all about crashing the plane. He's like, crash the plane, just dive it into the ground, crash it, and he wouldn't stop. He just wouldn't stop. So I told him, I said, tell you what, I said, you donate $500 to my PayPal account and I'll crash the plane. He's like, okay, I'll do it. I was like, as soon as I see it. He didn't donate $500. We didn't crash the plane either. I'm English but have American and Canadian citizenship. Okay, where do you live? Do you live in England? Do you live in America, or do you live in Nadia? I'm gonna call it Nadia from now on. Boy Wonder's from Nadia. He lives in England. And how old are you, Boy Wonder? Watch, he's like 50. I'm 50. But I use Boy Wonder as my call sign. Nothing. Crickets. And we still got people who refuse to chat. Maybe they just don't like me very much. There's the coastline. Looking pretty good. We're staying close to the coast on this entire flight. We could have done it over water pretty much the whole way, but that wouldn't have given us a lot of waypoints, number one, and number two, I wouldn't really want to be just over water if I didn't have to be on this one. Armanadian. Now we're going to make fun of you, Boy Wonder. But it's only because we like you. You got to understand that. It's only because we like you. I know Easy's like 85 years old or something like that. I don't know how old Pat is. Pat's probably in his 70s. How old does everybody think I am? There's one for you. I think I've mentioned it before how old I am, but if anybody remembers. Hard to say. It's getting quiet around here, guys. 2.5 hours to go. It's really quiet. Maybe we need to sing a song or something. 85 going on 50 for Easy. Boy Wonder won't tell us how old he is now. 23, that's kind of you, but no, I'm not 23. Definitely not 23. When I was 23, I looked much better. How old are you, Boy Wonder? It's alright, nobody, well, no, we'll make fun of you, but not because we don't like you. We'll make fun of you because we do like you. So when you tell us how old you are, we're going to make fun of you for it. Pat's 52. Boy Wonder's 11. Plus 10 for Easy. 85 going on 50 plus 10. Right on. Are you really 11, Boy Wonder, or are you just throwing a number up there just to give us a hard time? If you're 11, it's impressive that you know how to do repaints and stuff like that. Of course, most younger kids these days, they know how to do this stuff better than us old folks do. It's too quiet, guys. We need some conversation. We need something to talk about. Somebody pick a topic. Really what? Really? Oh, you're really 11. Wow. Cool. I have a daughter who's 11. Stay away from her. My oldest child is 18. I have an 18-year-old child. That's just insane. That's just ridiculous. And I have a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old and a 13-year-old and an 11-year-old and a 5-year-old and a 4-year-old. You do the math. I have a lot of kids. What can I say? We're back up to 11 people. Are there actually 11 people who want to watch, or are there just a few people popping in to see how boring I can be? I can be pretty boring, especially when we got like 2.5 hours to go on this flight. It can get pretty boring. But if you enjoy watching airplanes fly around, this should be a good time. Where's everybody at now? Let's see if we can see them again. Oh yeah, looking good, looking good. There's yep, there's all three of them right back there. Look at that. Boom. Let's get a different view here. Let's do this. I'm gonna go way out here. This is for screenshot purposes. I'm gonna go way out here, and then I'm gonna zoom it way in, and it's gonna look amazing. If I can keep from moving the camera around like a maniac. Oh, they just went in the clouds. Come on! Right when I had this shot. See that? Right when I had the shot. There's one of them. Waiting on the other two. That's a good picture though. Starting to tighten up a little bit as we're moving along here. You guys are definitely getting closer. There's another one. That's a good screenshot. One more. The other one. There he is, coming out of the clouds right now. Boom! More good screenshots right there, huh? Let's take a look from their view. There's Easy's. There we go. That's a good one. We'll have to get some pictures of everybody landing too when we get there, right? That'll be cool. Coming sounds different. That's kind of weird. Where they're at. Yeah, see, it's weird. Every time I change to a different view, everybody's a different distance from each other. You notice that? That's FS Cloud for you right there. Oh well. It is what it is. Yeah, it looks like a few of those folks just came and went. And that's the way they became the Brady Bunch. Yeah, you know what? You just pipe down there easy, alright? You just keep it down. Huh? Don't you worry about it, buddy. Alright, I'm going to look at my phone now. You guys aren't talking. Lots of emails, voicemails. Let's see what we got on the email here. Ah, come on. That's not fair. My dad, who just tried calling, my stepdad, he sent me pictures of a new gun he picked up. Let's see here. YouTube comment. Make sure the volume's down on that thing. Oh, it's on an old series. Unusual, difficult, and dangerous approaches. Somebody's a new. How many subscribers we got? 3,234 subscribers. That's awesome. I spot from Gravely Point, the little point of land right before the runway. So much fun. Heck yeah, that would be fun. That's from my River Visual 19 approach into DCA that he put that comment on there. That's pretty cool, isn't it? And the little ad on there is pretty cool too. What else we got? We got other comments on YouTube. No, we don't. That's it for YouTube. 3,200 subscribers. Wow. That's pretty good. That only took what, like a year and a half, I think? That's how long I've been doing it? About a year and a half? 3,200 subscribers? Watching me fly around in airplanes and make a fool of myself? Wait till you see the first episode in Around the World in the Constellation. Yeah, I have to actually refly it, but somewhere in there I'm going to post an edit with the first landing attempt. I didn't crash the plane. That's not what it is. I got mad. I got really mad. You'll see why when the video comes out. Should be a good time. Who else we got just jumped in here? Number of viewers went up a little bit. I'm no Matt Davies, so I don't have like 700 viewers at once, which is just crazy. That's awesome, but it's like crazy. I only got 10 of you, but I was at 8, which means 2 of you just jumped in and haven't said hi yet. Why? Why not? You just jumped in to see if it was worth your time, right? You know what it is? Here's what the problem is. I think Matt Davies is streaming right now. I think that's all. That's pretty much all he does now, right? Is streams. So he's streaming right now. So everybody's like, why would I want to watch this Captain Mac joker? I can go over here and watch Matt Davies. Everybody loves Matt Davies. I actually know Matt Davies. Pretty good guy. Nice guy. I like him. You know what I think it is? It's the accent. People love that English accent. Where does he live? I don't actually know where he lives. Chicken Metal's back. Well, you left. What do you mean? You left Chicken Metal. We're going over Yak right now. There's an airport down below us. You can't see it through the clouds. But yes, we're cloud surfing. You left us hanging out here all by ourselves and didn't even say goodbye. You hurt my feeling. All one of them. Not really, but... Yeah, we got a little ways to go. We got about almost an hour and a half, give or take. Let's see, from Yak to... There's a Yak for you. From Yak to JOH, we got 215 miles, 320 to go altogether. And our ground speed just went kaput as we made our turn there. Probably because we're in more of a headwind. Let's look at the weather right now. We're over Yak right now, so the wind is 187 at 24 knots. So if we look down here, that's at 14,000 feet. So our current heading is 269. It should be behind us, right? 187's back here. So we should have more of a tailwind, which means our ground speed should actually start to increase once the aircraft catches up. So what happens when you go from a headwind to a tailwind, and I didn't look at the other wind, so I don't know how much it changed for us there, but when you go from a headwind to a tailwind, your effective airspeed and ground speed, they slow down at first, right? Because all of a sudden everything's moving faster than the airplane. You went to the airport, huh? Oh, you want me? Oh, you got a shot of all of us banking together? Oh, sweet. That'll be nice. You went to the airport, what? To watch airplanes or to pick somebody up? Or to fly? She got bored watching Captain Mac and went and watched some real airplanes. She's like, this is a joke. I'm just kidding. Give her a hard time. I have to, since she's the only female that jumps in here. She has to be harassed a little bit, right? Isn't that like standard operating procedure? No, I'm not a, what do they call that? Misogynist? Something like that. I don't hate women. Everybody be quiet. I'm trying to focus. Anyway, you guys aren't chatting much. We need more chat. Somebody come up with a topic. Let's come up with something controversial. Corn doesn't. Corn says, I don't know where I'm at. Let's look on the map. You're right behind me. On the map, anyway. Pro or pilot for the Q400? Definitely pro. By the way, hi, Meth. I would definitely say pro. You work at the FBO, closed on Sunday, and a plane came in, needed the self-serve pumps unlocked. Oh. You get paid for that at least, right? How do you like working at the FBO? That'd be fun. That sounds distinctly like a complaint, Pat. Pat's saying all I gotta do is put my feet up on the desk and let the plane fly. They gotta keep adjusting to stay in formation. Sorry. Yeah, I think we're in agreement. Pro is definitely the way to go with the Q400. I mean, the pilot's great, don't get me wrong. The Pro is just a little better, you know? And they actually simulated the circuit breakers in the Pro version, which I thought was really awesome. So, please know what? Donald Trump, that's controversial. I don't know. It depends on who you ask whether or not it's controversial, but yeah, I don't think we're going to talk politics. Let's think of something a little less controversial. So, you know, Boy Wonder went way up here. Before that, we were way down here. Let's find the middle ground now. Let's find something to discuss in the middle ground. Yeah, the Dash 8's fantastic, Corn. I really like that aircraft. It's a chore too. That takes some work to fly. I'll tell you what. Pat's complaining about having to fly the aircraft back there. See how we're doing here. They're all three back there still. You guys hear that? What are you laughing about? What is that chatting in the background? You guys heard that, right? Unicom's off. Future or not of the A380? I don't think the A380 is going to last. What about my Around the World in the Constellation Series Chick Metal? It's going to be going. I'm looking forward to it. I did the first flight, but I have to redo it. And you'll see why when the video comes out. I got so pissed off. I was raging mad. Where do you work at the FBO? Let's talk about that. What FBO do you work at? I don't even know where you're at. We kind of rogered up everybody else where they're from, except for Corn. He didn't say anything. We don't know where Manfred is from. Am I going to live stream any of the Around the World in the Constellation? I don't know. I hadn't actually thought about doing any of them as a live stream. Maybe we should. Maybe we should. There's 33 flights to go all the way around the world. We've got about 15 or 18 flights for this series that are all live streamed. None of these are going to be YouTube video. Well, I mean, they go to YouTube, but they're all live streamed first. So, that series is going to take a long time. That might not be a bad idea to live stream it. Who else has the A2A Constellation? Corn's in the Middle East. That narrows it down to a nice large region. Thank you for that. KAOH. Is that Hawaii? Where's KAO? Now I gotta look it up. Now I gotta look it up. About the time I find it, she'll just tell us, but KAOH. Lima Allen County Airport. Interesting. Ohio. Cool. Yeah, there it is. She tells us it's in Ohio. I knew that would happen by the time I find it. See you shortly, Mephitic, if we didn't already say so. Ohio, that's a pretty area. Yeah, the Around the World in the Constellation. I kind of like the idea of live streaming a couple of those. Not all of them. That'd be a lot of work to do all of them. I mean, again, it's 33 flights or something. So I don't know about live streaming 33 of them. we've already got so many to do on this, but that might be kind of neat, actually. Do a couple of live streams going around the world in the Constellation. I might like that. Not the longer ones though. There's a couple of those that are long flights. So tiny little FBO, nothing wrong with that. I fly out of a pretty small FBO over here, actually, in Goodyear, Arizona. LLBG is the international airport in my country. Are you gonna make me look it up? He's gonna make me look it up. I'm not looking it up. I refuse to. I don't know where LLBG is. Anybody know where LLBG is? He'll tell us. Maybe. Yeah, I might have to do that. I like doing the live streams. Last one we did, we had a bit more interaction going on here on the chat. It was kind of nice, but been kind of dead today, folks. Kind of dead. I think we should interact more. Is there anything you want to know about it other than live stream? Trying to carry the conversation a little bit here, or do we want to talk about the future or not of the A380? Nothing. Crickets. I'm getting crickets on here. Crickets and clouds. Lots of clouds. It's a good flight so far, though. Easy had to step away. He'll be back shortly. Come on. Talk. Paperwork. There's your flight operations for the Constellation. What do you guys think of the tutorial on that thing? I mentioned earlier I made a couple mistakes that were corrected by somebody from A2A, which was fine. But oh, it's in Israel. Nice. Nice place in Israel. So LLBG is in Israel. Good stuff. Good stuff. You thought the tutorial was awesome? I appreciate that. It's actually a lot of fun to fly that airplane. Although, in my first attempt at my first attempt at the first flight for the new Around the World in the Constellation series, I had some issues. I had a couple issues that really one issue actually that actually upset me quite a bit. And like I said, when I do the video, because I'm going to redo the flight, but I know that everybody struggles with some of the same issues, and I don't post videos, I don't redo videos just to redo them so that everything looks perfect, because I think that's nonsense. So I'll have an edit in there that'll show you what the problem I was dealing with was. Just be prepared, because I got really mad. So, Ben Gurion, okay. Pat liked the tutorial, good, appreciate it. Who has the A2A Constellation? Who in here has it? TTKL147. I'm going to call you T for short. Evening to you as well. It's not evening for me, of course. It's like barely afternoon, but good evening and thank you for joining us. Is this your first time here with us, T? Let us know. Oh, Mephitic can hear us better, so that's good. Or something. I don't know, maybe the stream's working better. He had to switch computers. So, going back to what I was saying though, you will but not yet. I'm assuming that's an answer to whether or not you have the Constellation. If I'm going to do it as a live stream, I'd like to do similar to what we're doing right now, which is, of course, having everybody fly with me, anybody who wants to. So would you be, if you have the Constellation or plan on getting it anytime in the near future, would you guys be interested in doing a couple of those around the world flights here on a live stream with me? Because I think this is a fun way to do it. I wanted to buy it, but PVA doesn't have flights for it. Yeah, that's true, Corn, that's true. But I have a feeling that that's going to change. Not at PVA, but it's going to change. There's going to be a place to fly that. There's definitely going to be a place to fly that. You know, another nice thing too, though, is you can pick up an aircraft like that Constellation, and even if you, how dare you speak to me that way, sir? Easy's back. Even if you don't have a VA to fly it at, it's a lot of fun to fly, especially if you find the old world schedules and stuff. So when I start that series, for the flights that aren't live streamed, you can always follow the route yourself too, and it'll give you some realistic flights for it. So that's something to look into. You don't have the Constellation, Pat. Boy Wonder's going to be right back. So, Easy, I know that you just jumped back in here. Korn was saying that he wanted to buy the Constellation, but PVA doesn't have any flights for it. And I just mentioned to him that there's going to be a fix for that. Not a PVA, but there's going to be a fix for that. And Easy knows what I'm talking about. So, but, yeah, that's, flying those old world schedules, flying this old iron like this is so much fun. It really is. It's neat. It really takes you back to a different type of aviation. I mean, we can turn on the GPS like we did on this, and it'll fly the GPS, and that's all well and good. And for a really long flight like this, why not, right? But it'd be nice to have access to those old world schedules, wouldn't it? Those old historical routes. It'd be great to have access to those schedules, on a regular basis. I know Easy and I, we dug for a long time to find those schedules. Let me rephrase. Easy dug for a long time to find those schedules, and then he gave them to me. I looked a little bit, but I gave up because I didn't have time. But he found tons of those old world schedules, those historic routes, and I think Easy did a flight. Did you go around the world in the 377, Easy? I think Easy did an around the world flight in the 377. How many hours do you have flying in real life? About 200. About 200, Pat. Something like that. With like, I'd have to look in my logbook, but it's back there somewhere. It's close to 200 hours of total flight time. About 160 of those are pilot and command time, because obviously you've got your flight training is not all pilot and command time. And then probably somewhere in the neighborhood of, I would guess probably about 600 or 700 landings. I'd have to look in the book though. You can track your landings and takeoffs too. So, yeah, right around 200 hours. I don't get to fly very often in the real world. Most of my flying is actually done on here. So, yeah, there you go. No, I don't have my own plane, Corn. I looked at getting my own plane. I work at Phoenix Sky Harbor, and I hate the traffic. I really hate it. So if I could afford my own plane and fly to work, which would be substantially quicker, I absolutely would. But it's not just the initial cost of buying an aircraft. It's the maintenance is extremely high on it. Because it's so heavily regulated, and to a certain point it needs to be, but the regulations on aircraft are so heavy that you must be. You can't work on your own airplane. It's not like your car where you can work on your own car. You can't work on the airplane, so you have to pay a mechanic to do it, and you have to every so many hours you have to have certain maintenance done and all of that stuff. And of course you want to anyway, because you certainly don't want to crash. So you have the initial cost of an airplane, and for some reason, I think people have just lost their minds. I've looked a few times, gotten curious about it, and I'm seeing, like a Cessna 172 that was built in like 1969, and they want like $100,000 for it. Like, you're out of your stinking mind. Do you know how much a brand new Cessna 172 costs now? It's $500,000. For a 172, I'm like, that's just ludicrous. Why on God's green earth would it cost $500,000 for that little airplane? That's just insane. So no, I don't have my own airplane, and I'm not likely to have my own airplane anytime in the near future, unless one of you wants to buy one for me, and I don't think that's going to happen either. So, but it would be nice. It would be. I'd even go for just like a little Piper Cub or something. It doesn't have to be real fast, because you you figure if I'm putzing along at 90 knots, I'd get to work in like 20 minutes, right? And then coming home, I wouldn't have any traffic because it takes me an hour to get home. So I wouldn't have to fight traffic. So it's another 20 minutes to get home. That'd be nice, you know. And there's either side of me, there's a small airport, you know, that's no more than maybe a 10-minute drive. So I could drive to the airport easy enough in the morning and fire up the plane and fly to work and then fly home. And since I work, not only do I work at the airport, but I have access to the to what's called the AOA, the Air Operations Area. So, you know, I could land and then just go straight into work. It'd be kind of nice. Let's see. What's in the A2A forums? I've collected 2,321 flights from 1956 for BOAC, AOA, Pan Am, the early Canadian Air, and TWA. I'm assuming in the 8 you're talking about the old world, the historical routes. My brain doesn't want to function all of a sudden. Historical routes, I'm assuming, is what you're referring to in the A2A forums there, Easy? Oh my goodness. We never did pick up much speed, did we? That tailwind. Suppose we could bring in, let's see if we can get just a little more out of this old bird. We need to check our fuel anyway. So let's bring her up to 35 on the map. There we go. And let's take a look at our fuel. Just under half a tank in the left and right main, and then of course we still have the auxiliary tanks, so if we have to, we'll switch to those. We got 260 nautical miles to go. Looking pretty good. Some nice scenery out there. Let's take a look at our formation flight here and see how everybody's doing. As Pat mentioned, it's an easy flight for me because I literally just put it on autopilot and go, but they have to try and sort of maintain their position with me, changing their heading and stuff like that on a regular basis. They're in the clouds there somewhere, cruising right along with me, so we're good on that. Oh, your 377 around the world flight's in there. Sweet. How's the formation going? The formation's actually been going pretty good. We got some really great screenshots on it. I'm looking on the map right now. It looks like they've all fallen behind a little ways. I did just now speed up just a little bit, so I imagine they'll probably catch up here in a little while. They're all formed up pretty tight. If we actually hop to one of their aircraft, they should all be right around each other here. Let's see. Or not. That's Easy's aircraft there. Oh, there they are. They're in front of him. You hear the talking? Where the heck is that coming from? It's clearly radio traffic, but I've got the Unicom turned off. So where the heck is that coming from? Anybody know? I hear it every time I hop to one of their aircraft in the because the engine sounds really quiet. You can't hear it in here, but I can hear it when I hop to them. Is it maybe it shouldn't be my radios on here because that goes through my headset. So I don't know. Maybe there's a ghost in the machine. Yeah, we can work our way through the typos. Chicken metal, that's no big deal. Well, here's the thing though, Mephitic. Yeah, it sounds like an ATC, right? That's what's going on, but if it's one of the other guys, you shouldn't be able to hear it. You shouldn't be able to hear it. Not just because FS Cloud is on doesn't mean you can hear their radios necessarily. So, not really sure what that's all about, to be honest with you. I'm getting tired. We got 47, looks like about 47 minutes to JOH. Yeah. Whew. a long flight. 12:30. We've been at it for 3.5 hours now. I'm getting tired. I'm gonna take a nap. That's what I'm gonna do. Leave this thing on autopilot and take a nap. You just can't do that when you're on a live stream, right? No napping on live streams. Not allowed. Well, we're cruising along. So some long flights. Is Shaker still around anywhere? I know he had popped into TeamSpeak at one point. He was chatting in there, but he's driving, so it's hard for him to be able to say anything. He might be around though. Yeah, Shaker's the reason we're doing it. He's the one who turned me on to this airplane. In fact, I'd never even heard of it, so everybody say thank you, Shaker, for that. Let's turn the wing anti-ice off. I don't think we need that on right now. You always have the pitot heat on, though. You don't want that thing to freeze up. FS Cloud occasionally allows an ATC message to squeeze through, huh? That's interesting. Well, maybe that's what we're hearing. Maybe FS Cloud is just being weird and letting some ATC traffic through or something. Because I've got the Unicom turned off. So it's definitely, it shouldn't be that, but who knows. Yeah, they're all formed up nice and neat. Look at this on here. I'll show this to you. Come on. There we go. They're all formed up nice and neat back here, and then here I am just wandering around on my own. All alone. What's the cylinder head temp? I don't know. Let's take a look. Cylinder heads are currently just about 200 on the nose. Looking pretty good, actually. Let's see if it gives us actual temperature. It does not. No cockpit tooltip for that, but temperature's looking good. Oil temp's just a little high, if you ask me. Carb air temp's looking pretty good, and outside air temp's minus, what, 22 degrees maybe? So we're looking good though. Fuel pressure's good. Oil pressure's maybe just a skosh high, probably because the oil temp is up a little bit. Manifold pressure and RPM's looking good. Radio altimeter, we don't even have that thing. What do we got that set to? You can set it up to 300 feet. This is like your minimums here, right? So I think it is anyway. I don't know if you actually get a call out on it. But 200 is pretty typical. Yeah, we're looking good. Good on fuel, good on everything. Be nice if that airspeed would get up a little bit more, right? And our ground speed's only 185. Just making us just putz right along. We got a little more out of it when we put our mixture to auto lean here, but we're not going to get any more out of it now. It's a little bumpy too. I get nauseous on this flight. It's kind of been bouncing all over the place. I mean, we've got more of a tailwind than a headwind right now. I would think that by now we'd have caught up speed-wise. I mean, we're headed to JOH. So at Yak it was 187, which is, if we look here, you can see. So we're headed, what, 267 is what it says on the GPS. That's pretty close. Doesn't look quite right. You know what, the gyro's probably off a little though. So, I mean, the wind's, we've got a crosswind, but we've got a tailwind too. I haven't reset the gyro in forever, but it's barely drifted, 0.7. So that's kind of nice. Maybe that's because we're flying on that GPS right now. Maybe that's why it hasn't drifted much. Hard to say. Don't forget to reset. I'm assuming you were talking about the gyro. Click the radio altimeter button once to activate, and it'll give you a call out at your chosen altitude. Really? This one here, huh? There we go. It's on now. Look at that. Learn something new every day. Thank you. PAED is in Alaska, actually. It's Elmendorf Air Force Base. That's where we're actually flying to. So, and we got a little ways to go yet. It looks like maybe our formation's tightening back up here a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Tightening back up a little. And I think corn, at least on the map, corn's like right next to me, but in sim, they're back there a little bit. Look at them clouds, man. We've been flying in clouds like the entire route, haven't we? What's the weather at PAED right now? Let's hope we don't have to try and do an ILS approach. That would probably not go well. Conditions. Destination. Ooh, overcast at 1,000 feet. Let's hope it doesn't get any lower. And it's snowing. Temperature is minus 13 or minus 11 Celsius. Dew points minus 13. We got snow coming down. We've got overcast at 2,400 feet. Overcast at 1,000 feet. Visibility is only 2 statute miles. Well, I tell you what. Stick around for the landing. It's going to be interesting. Hopefully you don't get too bored. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We did get our ground speed to come up just a tiny bit. I don't know. I'm almost to the point where I'm going to maybe increase throttles a good bit. I mean, we're doing all right on fuel. We've got let's see, 232 nautical miles to go. We haven't burned, you know, a little over. We haven't burned quite 3/4 on our main tanks. So, maybe, let me put it up to you guys. What do you guys think? You think we should go ahead and bring the throttles up to, you know, maybe 30, 38 on the map, and see if we can't knock a little extra time off of this, get our ground speed up a little bit, or you think we should just continue to cruise as we are? What do we got in the comments here? We finally got some conversation going. Easy's dad was stationed there for a while as an avionics tech for a Navy P-3A Orion. That's pretty cool, man. Back in the 70s. The last part... Oh. LA Spartan person? Is that what that's supposed to be? I don't even know what that's supposed to be. We're going to call you Spartan. Hi, Spartan. Spartan says throttle up. Corn says throttle up. That's 2. Who else? Chime in here, guys. You want us to throttle up? And the FSX says punch it. Everybody's getting tired. They're getting bored. They're like, come on, let's go. Alright. Let me ask the teams. What do you guys think here on team speak? You think we ought to bring it up to about 38 on the manifold pressure? Try and speed up a bit? Alright. We're going to go ahead and speed it up. So go ahead and start bringing the throttles up here. I lied. So at full throttle, I got 36 on the map. So that's what we're going to be flying. 36. At 14,000 feet, this thing doesn't really like it very much. So 36 on the map is what we're flying, and RPMs are 2,300. We'll leave them right there. That'll give us a little bit. Won't give us much, but it'll give us a little bit. So we punched it. We punched it to 36 from what were we at? 34. So we won't get a lot out of it, but a little bit anyway. Guess you guys are stuck with me. Well, you're not stuck with me. You can leave anytime you want, but I'm here for like another hour and a half or however long it's going to take. Spartan is now following. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Glad to have you on board. Of course, now he'll probably like unfollow because, you know, an hour from now we're still doing the same thing. I'm just kidding. You know what I looked up the other day on the analytics for my YouTube channel? I found that right around 400 people have subscribed and then unsubscribed from my channel. I was a little surprised to find that. Not surprised that people unsubscribe. I mean, that happens. You know, either they don't like the content or whatever it may be. There could be a lot of reasons for it. But I just was surprised at the number. You know, I mean, we've only got, I say only, we're up to 3,200 and change on the subscribers. So I wouldn't think for that number of subscribers that we'd actually lost almost 400. So I was a little surprised by that. Interesting note there. Anyway, onward and straight and level, not upward. Straight and level flight. We got 116 miles to JOH, 36 minutes at our current speed. We got a couple knots out of it, but not much. 220 nautical miles to go overall. So a little ways to go yet, but yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there sooner or later, right? My Twitch channel has had a total of 1,127 views. I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know if that number should be higher. I've got 180 something followers. Yeah, it could be, Pat. It's hard to say on that. I don't know. Spartan, I'm not doing a barrel roll. Corn's gonna go take his dog out. Yeah, that might be it. I guess that would kind of make sense. I mean, if you create an account and you never even log on to it, or you never watch any videos or anything, yeah, I can see how that might cause Google to go in there and delete an account. Oh, let's see here. T, first time watching live stream. I normally watch the videos on YouTube. Well, let me first say thank you for taking the time to watch my videos on YouTube. I really appreciate that. And sorry, somebody was talking on TeamSpeak. I appreciate that you watch those videos on there. Thank you very much. That means a lot to me. And welcome to the live stream. I hope that you're enjoying it. Sometimes the live streams for some people, they're really boring because this is what we've been doing for the last few hours. I mean, you're looking at it, but you know, it's an interesting note when you think about it. You know, with those videos, you know, a really long flight. This is what I do. Sit here, you know. Of course, I don't have anybody to talk to, and I just edit it out, right? I don't record the long cruise or whatever. So even though those videos are like an hour and a half, believe it or not, they're a lot longer to make them. So, and Easy was just mentioning on TeamSpeak that he couldn't figure out why he was having a hard time getting his speed up, and then he looked outside and his landing gear was down. Our landing gear is up, so we're good on that. Yeah, because we're having a hard time getting speed out of this sucker, aren't we? But we're cruising along. That's actually a pretty nice view right there, right? Like that. There's another airplane. Let's zoom it in just a little bit. Easy hit the wrong button when he tried to change his camera view. What do I think about X-Plane 11? Well, first let me jump down and say, Shivam, I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for joining us. Great to have you here. X-Plane 11, I don't have a lot of thoughts on it right now, Spartan, and I'll tell you why. I do have it. I've got a good system here. I mean, you see my FSX runs really good, right? And FSX is 32-bit, so X-Plane is 64-bit, which right out the door, it should run better because the amount of it's more efficient. I don't fully understand the difference between 32 and 64-bit. I bet my friend Easy does. Maybe you can throw a brief explanation into the comments there. But the point is, I know that it should run better right out of the box, so to speak, even though it's a download. So I have it. I've loaded it in. I haven't added anything to it. I didn't add any scenery, nothing. And really good system, really good graphics card, the whole shebang there. So I cranked the settings all the way up, the visual settings and everything all the way up, and it looks amazing, but it is ridiculously choppy. Now, when I pull up the little thing that shows me what my frame rates are, it shows my frame rates at about 25 frames a second. Okay, well, let's take a look here. Now, they're going to be really high in the air here. I'm getting up to 60 on this right now. So first of all, I've got my settings really high on FSX, and I can get up to 60 frames a second here, okay? And of course it constantly moves around like that, and that's fine. But the human eye cannot detect changes above 30 frames a second, or it's not supposed to be able to. So 30 frames a second is, you know, smooth. It should be smooth. So 25 frames a second, you might catch an occasional jump, but it should be pretty smooth. But it's not. It looks really choppy. In fact, it looks like I'm getting closer to, I don't know, 9 frames a second. It's really choppy. Everywhere, you know, if I look around, move around, try to move an aircraft, it looks really, really choppy, and it's ridiculous. And I have no idea why. It is beta. X-Plane 11 is still in beta. So I guess the question is, do I need to tweak it? And if so, why do I need to tweak it? If it's 64-bit, I shouldn't need to really tweak it much, but probably I do. And then the question is, how do I tweak it? I don't even really know how to tweak FSX. My friend Easy tells me what to do, and that's what I do, and it looks amazing. So it probably needs some tweaking, and then from there I could probably make a determination. But I haven't had any time to mess with it, so I don't really have a thought on it. Hope that answers your question. Let's see here. Shivam, I'm so excited. Built my new PC and have P3D running. It's so much smoother than FSX without config changes, as it should be. That's the whole point. Is Lockheed Martin has access to the core code of FSX, and that's what P3D is. It's FSX, and so it does tend to run a little smoother without configuration tweaks, because a lot of the tweaks I have, that's what they did to P3D. So if you think about it, I didn't pay for P3D. I have it. I didn't pay for it. Some buddy of mine bought it for me. But if you didn't buy P3D and you tweak it right, it works just fine. To me, it does anyway. So, but that's good. And tell us your new PC. I think you mentioned it last time, didn't you? Your new PC. What are the specs on that again? Pat's gonna stretch his legs. Yeah, it does. That does suck, Spartan. It's a shame that it's not running smooth. In fact, I was really excited about it. A really good friend of mine who knows quite a bit about computers and flight sim and stuff like that. You know, he told me, he said, you got to get it. It's amazing, and it runs great on his system. It runs like crap on mine, and I've got a good system. That's obvious. So it's a real shame that it's not running better. Fiber frame time fraction to a lower setting. Use multiples of 20. Default is 40. Some run 120. 80 is good. Any ground. Are you talking for? What are we talking about there? Easy. Are we talking about for FSX? Because mine's set at whatever you told me to set it at. Corn's back. Welcome back, Corn. Easy's my guy. He's my tweaking guy. That sounds bad, actually. We're not tweakers, not in that sense anyway. He's the guy I go to get the tweaks for FSX, like, and not just FSX. You know, I think I mentioned before, you got to have the right tweaks on your FSX config file to get it to run good, but you also have to have the right tweaks on your computer. So, first, let me say, if you're not running an NVIDIA graphics card, shame on you. Especially for FSX or P3 or X. If you're not running an NVIDIA graphics card, shame on you, because NVIDIA graphics cards, first of all, are definitely superior to other graphics cards. If you want to argue about it, please feel free and we'll have that conversation. But they also provide a program to you that's semi-easy to use to tweak settings for any game you want, right? And then you've got the GE Force Experience thing, which will automatically make changes if you want to set it up to do so, and so on and so forth. The point is you got to set all that stuff right too. And once you have all that stuff working right, you get a good result. Simple as that. So, Pat's back too. I'm stuttering? What do you mean I'm stuttering? Oh, you're stuttering. You're talking about in X-Plane then. You're talking about the stuttering in X-Plane. But I don't know how to change the fiber frame rate time fraction in X-Plane. That's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah, Shivam did mention last time. Asus Z170 motherboard, i7 6700 at 4 gigahertz, 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte hard drive, and a GE Force GTX 1060. That's NVIDIA, by the way. So, good man. The texture bandwidth MULT. See, this is why I go to easy, because I don't even know what he's talking about, but, you know, him and I will get together and he'll say, go here, go here, go here, now press this, click that, put that in there, and then you're done. And then everything runs great. I don't know how he does it. The guy's a screaming eagle genius about it, so. It is what it is. What else we got? We're starting to get some conversation. Talk it up. Talk it up. We still got like an hour to go here, give or take. 187 nautical miles. Yeah, we got about an hour and a half still, because we can't seem to coax any speed out of these old birds. Better check that fuel though, huh? Let's see what we got down here. Still looking good. Doing good in the main tanks, even though we got the throttles full forward. We're trying to get there. We're trying to get there. We're up to 191 on the ground speed, so that's good. You haven't overclocked the PC, and you get 30 frames a second at Flight Tampa CYYZ with an Aerosoft A320. Outstanding. I'm looking at my phone, in case you're wondering. Yeah, I don't, actually, mine's not overclocked. I don't know if anybody ever asked me about that, but I do not have the CPU or the GPU overclocked. No overclocking. So, you can get it to run pretty good without it. Would the planes go faster if you lower the altitude? Yes and no. They might go a little bit quicker, but we're going to burn more fuel. And there's no guarantee that they're going to go faster either. It's going to depend on the winds and stuff like that. But we would get a little, we could get a little more on the manifold pressure if we were flying lower because the air is a little thicker. But we're going to burn more fuel doing it. So it's kind of a trade-off. Plus, the higher up you are, the higher your ground speed is compared to your indicated airspeed. So, and that just has to do with I don't know what you like, a pendulum kind of thing. So the higher up you are, the more ground you're covering per nautical mile. Is that the right way to put it? I don't even think that makes sense. Higher means faster. Let's just leave it at that. Okay, let's keep it simple. Leave it at that. So yeah, I don't know that lowering the altitude is going to be the right decision, Spartan. But we might consider it here in a little while. We'll see. We'll see. Like I said, we're getting 190 on the ground speed, which isn't too horrible. It is making for a slower flight. I was really hoping for a quicker flight, to be honest with you. I mean, well, I guess I was planning on like 5 hours anyway, so. But it is what it is. We'll just keep trucking along here, guys. We got 12 people on here, but not everybody's chatting. So when you switch to the ox tanks, do you turn the fuel pumps on so you don't have an engine stall? You know, that's a good question. I don't recall seeing anything about that in the manual. The manual's actually decent on this. Not real in-depth, not real long, but it's decent. But I would think it's a good idea to have the fuel pumps on. Does anybody actually know the answer to that question? Do we have to turn the fuel pumps on before switching tanks? So because we will likely have to switch tanks. So if we switch from main tanks to auxiliary tanks, do we need to turn on the fuel pumps to keep the engines from stalling? Yeah, that is a good question. I would think you need to, though, to be honest with you, Chicken Metal. I think you need to. Because you want to make sure that you got a good, strong flow of fuel, right? I mean, because you don't have to fly with the fuel pumps on, right? We're not flying with fuel pumps on. And what that means is that there's actually two different fuel pumps. So you've got the fuel pumps right here, which are electrically driven fuel pumps, and then you've got fuel pumps which are driven by the engines. Just like in your car has a fuel pump that's driven by the engine. So same concept here. And then these basically give you a boost of fuel. So when you take off, when you land, stuff like that, you turn the electric fuel pumps on in case something happens with the internal fuel pump on the engine. You wouldn't want the engine to crap out on you when you're in the middle of a critical phase of flight, right? So you turn on the electric fuel pumps, and if for some reason the fuel pump goes kaput on engine number 1, for example, the engine keeps running because it's still getting fuel. So when we switch fuel tanks, it's going to switch where the engine fuel pumps are drawing fuel from, and therefore having the electric fuel pumps on is probably a really good idea. So we're going to do it when we switch tanks. And Pat agrees, and so does Chicken Metal. So clearly, I'm on the right track here. My goodness, this flight is a long one, and I think we've got a couple in this that are even going to be longer. I haven't even done the entire, I haven't planned out the entire route yet. I've just been doing it one leg at a time, and maybe it's better that way because Slow Death 77, that's a name right there. Slow Death 77 is now following. Thank you so much. I appreciate the follow. Say hi down in the chat there, and give us a heads up. Where are you at? Where are you from? What do you think of the channel so far? Not much going on right now, except for me running my mouth. Anyway, yeah, some of these flights I think are going to be substantially longer than this one. I accidentally just hit the rudder pedals there, sorry. So I wonder, man, I got to tell you, you remember this first leg? Now, the original first leg was supposed to be the distance from the last, the start of the last leg, all the way to the arrival point for this leg. We actually cut it near the middle to cut it in half. So it was a 4.5 hour live stream last time. It's going to probably be, what are we at now? We're at 4 hours right now. And we've got a little over an hour to go, I think. 167 nautical miles. So we've got about yeah, we've got a little ways to go yet. So we got about a little over an hour now. So we're looking at 5 hours for this one. The original one would have been about 9 or 10 hours. Then we've probably got a couple legs on this where there's nowhere in between the land. We're gonna have to do the whole flight, and I don't know how I'm gonna do that yet because this is a long one right here. Just like, oh, I enjoyed doing it, but man, this is a little bit exhausting. Especially since I'm the one who has to come up with all the conversation. So I don't know how we're gonna do like a 10-hour flight. We're probably gonna have to like live stream the whole thing, but probably at some point I'm gonna literally have to step away and take a nap for like an hour and just assume that Ernie's flying the plane or something, because 10-hour flight's a long time. So Easy's back. Nicholas is in. Hey Nicholas, how you doing, buddy? What's the in-flight movie? The in-flight movie is, it's an epic tale of a strange-looking individual with a funny thing on his head and a headset, and he talks about nothing important, mostly random nonsense for the entire length of the flight, with the exception of takeoff and landing, where he actually gives you some quality information. That's the in-flight movie. Hope you enjoy it. Be sure to give it 5 stars. What is all of that? A bunch of dogs barking? Sully. That's the in-flight movie, huh? Shivam's gonna dance in a monkey suit for us. Now that I'd like to see. I can't imagine why I'd like to see that, but somebody dancing in a monkey suit, why not? It's somebody dancing in a monkey suit, for crying out loud. Who wouldn't want to see that? Maybe I should pull up my YouTube channel, and down in the corner over here I can play another YouTube video. We can watch that while we fly. We'll watch our tutorial on how to fly the Manfred Jahns DC-3. I have not seen Sully, have you? I haven't seen it. I'm looking forward to it though. I'm going to step out for just a second. I need to get something to drink here, guys. I ran out of energy drink and I need another one. Don't worry, the flight's still going. I just turned the camera off. You guys missed me? Probably not. Well, I thought I clicked the thing. There it is. There's the camera. 17 people in here? Say hi, folks. If you just jumped in, say hello to everybody. What is that, Spartan? I don't even know what that's supposed to be. Have to see Sully, huh? Best movie of the year. I have one complaint about Mr. Sullenberg, or what's his name, Sullenberg? So, check it out. Everybody knows, I'm sure just about everybody on here knows what the movie Sully is about. It's sort of a docu-film, if you will, or a dramatic recreation of the flight where Sullenberger, or however you say his name, they took off from Newark, I think it was, lost both engines on their Airbus and had to land it in the Hudson River. Managed to land it, literally land it in the river. Everybody survived, and just, it's amazing, right? Very, very, very impressive. And I'm impressed by his pilot skills beyond belief. So that's amazing. But I have an issue. So prior to that event and everything that followed and all of the publicity and the stuff with Congress and all of that, one could get a commercial pilot's license here in the United States, and then had to get I forget what the hours were, but you could get what was it? I don't remember what the hours were. Somebody refresh my memory, but your commercial pilot's license was 225 hours or 250 hours or something like that for a commercial pilot's license, and then you only needed a couple hundred more hours to get an airline transport license. And you could do what they still do in Europe, which was basically it's called a frozen ATP, which means with a commercial pilot's license you can fly the right seat of an airline transport aircraft until you actually have the hours to have your certificate, which doing it that way I think it takes a little longer or something like that, and then you have to wait to be able to get promoted to captain and stuff as a result. But you can start flying for a living. That's how it used to be. And then Mr. Sullenberger petitioned Congress saying there's not enough training for pilots, which he's not entirely wrong. Okay, but he basically petitioned Congress, there's not enough training for pilots. They don't get enough training to, you know, I had thousands and thousands of hours, and that's why I was able to do what I was able to do. These new pilots, they don't get enough training. We need to require a larger number of hours for new pilots before we allow them to fly an ATP license. So they passed a new law. You are now required to have 1,500 hours. 1,500 hours before you can fly airline transport. So if I want to go fly for a commuter airline, I have to have 1,500 hours. Does anybody know how much it costs to get 1,500 hours of flight time? It's insane. Okay? Where I fly at, I have a friend who owns a flight school here in the Phoenix area, and it's his airplanes that I fly. He's the absolute lowest rate in the entire state of Arizona. It's $127 an hour wet, which means with fuel, to fly his airplanes. $127 an hour. Do the math. I'm going to do the math. I've never done the math. Let's do the math. Spartan, stop putting weird stuff in there. Do the math. Let me find, I gotta find my calculator, and then I'll do the math. So, at $127 an hour wet, remember, cheapest rate in the entire state. The average is $150 an hour wet. We'll go with the cheapest rate. Times 1,500 hours equals $190,500. Is that right? That can't be right. Is that right? Or did I just do the calculation wrong? I got a calculator, I probably still did it wrong. It can't be 190,000, right? Or is it? No. That can't be right. Somebody correct me, please. Figure out what that is. What's $127 an hour up to 1,500 hours? What's the total cost? And then I'm going to give you the other costs here. Again, cheapest in the entire state. It's about $8,000 for a private pilot license. It's about $3,500 for your instrument rating, and it's about another $8,000 for your commercial rating. Okay, that includes all your flight training, all your flight time, everything. So to get a commercial pilot's license, cheapest rate in the state of Arizona is $19,500. So just round it up, it's $20,000. $20,000 to get your commercial pilot's license. To take your check ride for a commercial pilot's license, you must have 225 hours. 220 hours. So if I've got 200 and let's round that up. Let's say it's 250. So I've got 250 hours. I need 1,500 total, which means I need 1,250 hours at $127 an hour, right? Times 1,250. That comes to $158,000. So either I'm getting that wrong. Anyway, I just got a text from Easy. Easy, I don't blame you, man. I'd be upset too. Anyway, what I was getting at is, and I think I did the math right. So it's $100-something thousand. Let's see. He says at 1,000. No, that can't be right, man. Oops, wrong one. So, let's see here. I'm just looking at the comments, obviously. I'll go back up and check those. So, 1,000 would be 127,000 for 1,000 hours, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's insane, right? I checked the text, Easy. I checked it. Do I need a college degree to be a pilot? No, you do not have to have a college degree to be a pilot. So, my issue is this, obviously. I understand the need to have experience as a pilot, because when stuff happens, it's, you know, look at what happened with that particular incident. He had to land an aircraft on the water that wasn't designed to land on water, and he did it successfully. And it's only been done a few times successfully. It's a big deal, okay? So we definitely need more experience for our pilots. But there's another side to this. If you start, so once you get your airline transport license, let's round it down and let's be fair about it. Let's be friendly, and let's say somehow you get the smoking deal of the century or something. It costs you 150 grand. Let's just go with 150. Okay, which is still an insane amount of money. That's almost how much I spent for my house. $150,000 to get to the point where you can fly for an airline. Okay, so I'm a brand new airline transport pilot now. I've got my hours in. Let me check my fuel here real quick. I want to make sure we don't run out of fuel. I was just thinking that. Nope, we're good. So I've got my hours in. I want to fly for an airline. Do you think that Delta Airlines or United Airlines is hiring me on to fly a 737 or a 757 or an A320? No, absolutely not. They are not going to do it. Which means I have to start out at a commuter airline. Okay, that's fine. CRJ is an awesome little airplane. ERJs, I'd love to fly those. You know how much they pay those pilots? It's pathetic. They make about $27,000 a year. So, I'm a brand new pilot who just spent $150,000 to get certified to fly for an airline. And just because we rounded the cost down, let's round down the pay to $25,000 a year. How long does it take me to earn enough money to pay off what it costs to get my pilot's license? Well, it takes you 4 years to make $100,000, and that's 6 years. So 6 years. I'm not doing math in my head very well today. So, but it takes 6 years for me to make enough money to pay off what it costs for my pilot's license. But that's assuming that I take every penny I make and pay it back to that, because I had to get loans, right? Unless I'm rich, I had to get loans, and I'm going to have to do that for 5 or 6 years before I'm going to get an opportunity to move up and say fly for American Airlines, fly 737s or something like that, right? My mouse is being a pain here. Hold on a second. That doesn't even make sense to me. Anyway, so the point I'm getting at is, while I understand the need for more experience, it makes sense. 1,500 hours is insane, especially at the cost of flight training. And then when you look at what's available as far as jobs, if you will, okay, what's available as far as jobs as a pilot, coming in as flying commuter airlines and stuff like that, you're not making squat for money. It makes it even worse. And there's one more side to this whole thing. This is the crazy little twist. In the airline industry, or in the flight industry, typically what happens is you do your flight training all the way up to commercial pilot, and then you get your certified flight instructor certification, so your CFI, and then usually your CFII, which is certified flight instrument instructor, or instructor instrument, meaning you can do instrument flight, right? So you get that, and then you work at a flight school training individuals who are doing the same thing you're doing, doing their flight training for them, right? And that's how you build your hours. The most senior and experienced pilots in the industry globally, this is a global thing, the most senior and experienced pilots in the industry, they fly for the airlines. They fly 747s and 777s and so on and make good money doing it. The most inexperienced and junior pilots in the industry are training all the future pilots. So what do we really need to do? What's the better answer? How about, rather than making 1,500 hours the requirement so that you get experience, how about we go back to an old model where the airlines used to be the ones who provided flight training for pilots? That's how it used to be. And guess who did the flight training? Their best pilots. Their best pilots were their flight instructors. Their most experienced pilots were their flight instructors. And they didn't do flight instruction full time. They flew their routes, and then they went and did flight instruction for a couple weeks, and then they went and flew routes, and then they went and did flight instruction for a couple weeks. That's how it used to be. And we put out some damn good pilots doing that, right? Because you had your experience teaching your junior guys. And it didn't cost an arm and a leg, okay? There was probably a cost associated, but what you did is you contracted with the airline. You said, when I'm done with my flight training, I'm going to fly for you for X number of years. That's the way it's going to be. And then we went away from that. And so now we take the guys who are the least experienced, and we have them training the new pilots. And the solution, rather than being a common sense approach and saying what we really need to do is we need better experienced instructors to groom these guys, we said, well, let's just make them fly for more hours. So they made it 1,500 hours. And the result of this is, guess what? Globally, but especially here in the United States, it's worse here in the U.S. than anywhere, we're about to hit a pilot shortage. Big time pilot shortage. Because most of the pilots flying right now, especially the experienced guys, are pilots from Vietnam era. That's where they learned to fly, okay? And they're going to hit mandatory retirement age soon. If it's $190,000 to get certified for an airline transport license, how many people do you think are actually doing it? Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people in the pipeline learning to fly, but nowhere near enough to replace the pilots. Now over in China, they still do it the way it used to be done, or at least to a certain extent. Most of their pilots actually train over here, right here in Arizona. Okay, most pilots in the world actually train here in Arizona for commercial pilot because we've got the most good flying with it. The point is, in China, they contract with China Airways. That's who they're going to fly for. For the next 30 years, they're going to be a pilot for China Airlines, or Airways, or whatever it is. And China Airlines sends them over here, pays for them to come over here, pays for their flight training, the whole freaking The whole shebang. They pay for everything they need, and then they go fly for China Airlines. Then they get a decent pay out of it too. Seems like a better solution to me. All right, I blathered on for a little while here. I got all kinds of, I got text messages popping up. I got a bunch of messages popping up on TeamSpeak here. Let me take a look. I looked at that text message already. What do we got here? Oops. Let's see. Abrar just jumped onto TS over here. He's trying to get locked into the channel. Okay, let's take a look at the comments over here and see what I missed. Yeah, I didn't. You're right, J.A. Pasco. I didn't even talk about type ratings like multi-engine and stuff like that. That doesn't even include that. That cost that's just single engine straight through. That doesn't. You got to do multi-engine ratings. You got to do turbine ratings. You got to do jet. You know, it's crazy. How come they never made a movie about the LOT that did a belly landing on the runway? I would love to watch that. I don't know why they didn't make a movie about that. Maybe they didn't think it was movie worthy. I don't know. Until you sit in the seat of a heavy, you get paid peanuts. It's not entirely true, Shivum. Like over here, Southwest Airlines. Of course, everybody knows who Southwest Airlines is. They're they pay their pilots better than anybody. Everybody loves to fly for Southwest. Now they're able to do that because they have a very smart business model, including the fact that all they fly is 737s. So a part for this aircraft is also good for that aircraft, whereas a lot of the airlines have a wide variety of aircraft, understandably, but nonetheless have a wide variety of aircraft, and therefore have a higher overhead cost. But Southwest Airlines pays their pilots really good. That being said, I mean, you're still talking to be a pilot for Southwest Airlines, you're going to fly for, you're going to fly commuters for a long time. So that's why you do the monkey dance. It makes up. Do you fly for a living, Shivum? Do you fly for a living? If you do, let us know. That's awesome. Companies will reimburse for training, but don't want to take the risk of doing the training, which is stupid. EDF is our next waypoint. No, EDF is. I'm sorry. Yes, it is. EDF is our next waypoint. Yes, EDF. What else we got on here? SkyWest Airlines pays an amount of the flight training. Yes and no, Spartan. I actually have two very good friends that fly for SkyWest. It's not necessarily, no. Abrar, how you doing, buddy? Great to have you aboard. Thanks for joining us on the live stream here. The chat on TeamSpeak isn't really going too well because I think Pat already mentioned it's kind of hard to do TeamSpeak and Twitch at the same time. So you got married and got grounded for life, huh? My wife actually, when I was looking, there was a point where I said, you know what, I really, really want to do this. I want to fly for a living. And my wife was very, very supportive of that. God bless her. She flat out said, hey, if that's what you want to do, we'll sacrifice. We'll do what we have to do it. But I don't think that's what God wants me to do. And I'll tell you why. Because every time I've tried to do it, there's been tons of roadblocks. And I might be a little dense in the head, but sooner or later I catch on. And so I've given up on wanting to fly for a living, or not wanting to, but trying to get to a point where I could fly for a living and just accept the fact that that's not where God wants me. And so that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But it does. I get to sort of live out that dream a little bit here on Twitch and on YouTube and stuff. And so that makes up for it quite a bit for me, actually. Yeah, and then PAED. So total distance out, we are 91 miles out. So we're gonna have to start prepping for descent here pretty soon. Pay-to-fly schemes where pay for the privilege of being a first officer to build hours. Wow, that's absolutely insane. And you know, the airlines have gone ridiculous here too. You know, first, you know, the airlines started charging for checked bags, right? It used to be you could check a bag, and then if you wanted to check a second bag to put underneath the airplane, they charged you $25 or whatever it was. And then they said, we're not making enough money. We're going to have to charge for checked bags for a little. It was when the cost of fuel was going really high, right? We're going to have to charge for even one checked bag. And people kind of sucked it up, and they were like, okay, well, it is what it is. We'll suck it up and we'll deal with it. So when the price of gas went way back down, do you think the airlines got rid of those checked bags fees? No. They kept those checked bags fees. You know why? One word: greed. So when an airline posts a quarterly earning of $300 billion, now mind you, this is their earnings after paying every one of their pilots, after paying all of their maintenance, after paying all of their landing fees, after everything is paid for, including the ridiculously enormous salaries for their suits, you know, their CEO and all of that stuff. $300 billion pure profit. And they said that we didn't make enough money this last quarter. What? Are you stinking kidding me? That's ludicrous to even suggest that $300 billion in profit in 3 months is not enough. Absolutely ridiculous. It's greed. It's all about greed. That's all they care about is money. Anyway, let's see. Looking for flight schools. Something always got in the way. Yeah, if something's always getting in the way, Shivam, that is the man upstairs telling you that's not what he wants you to do. Yeah, you know what? It is really. I'm absolutely thrilled that I can fly in the real world, Corn. Very blessed, and it is a lot of fun. I like to do it. My son really likes it. He goes with me occasionally. In fact, all my kids like it. So it's a lot of fun, and I'm really grateful that I'm able to do that. So, absolutely. That's Abrar, that's the easy you're thinking of. Check the flight school in Florida to get commercial license base without exams, etc. is $130,342 for a 4-year program. Yep, there you go. That's from Chicken Metal right there, and that's actually pretty cheap considering. Shivam's got to head out. Well, you know what? Thanks so much for joining us, Shivam. I really appreciate it. And hope to see you next time, buddy. We should be doing it again next Sunday. So, Max sucked me in. Give me a break. You love it here. That's cream soda, by the way. Good stuff. Okay. Let me check one thing here. That can wait. Let's start talking about descent, guys. First thing we want to do is check our weather here. We're actually getting somewhere where we can start doing stuff, right? Okay, so PAED, the wind is 0 at 0. Where'd my pen go? There it is. Wind is 0 at 0. We're about 20 minutes out, so it should hold 0 at 0. Altimeter is 2965. We'll adjust that sometime on our descent. Temperature is very low. Still 1,000 feet overcast, 2,800 feet overcast, so it's going to be interesting. All right, and we got snow. So as we start to descend in there, we're going to want to turn on our anti-ice, and we need to be prepared for this. Now, where did I pull it? Pulled it up over here. So let's look at runways here. No, zoom in a little bit. All right, so our current heading is 280 degrees. Runway 24, I think, is the way to go for us. Since the wind is pretty much 0, we can almost do a straight-in approach. Okay, the altitude of the airfield, if I can find it here. Where is it at? Elmendorf, that's the ATIS. I'm looking at a chart, obviously, for PAED. And why am I not finding elevation here? Field elevation, 213 feet. So we want to come in at about 1,000 feet, let's say. We're at 14,000 feet right now. So we need to go down 13,000 feet. Let's make it easier. Let's come in, well, no, we need to come in actually a little below 1,000 feet because of the ceiling. But let's, just for simplicity for the moment, and we'll add a little to this. Let's say we want to go to 2,000 feet, we need to go down 12,000 feet. We're going to descend at 1,000 feet per minute at 180 knots. That means we're going to travel about 3 nautical miles for every 1,000 feet we descend. Okay? We want to go down 12,000. So that's 36 nautical miles out. Would put us at 2,000 feet over the airfield. Right? Okay? Let me just double check on the flight plan here. So EDF is where we're going, but EDF is only 1 mile from PAED. So we're not actually going to go to EDF. Alright? So we need to be lower than that. Okay? We need to be below 1,000 feet so we can actually see the airfield. And we want to be at that altitude a couple miles out from the airport so that we can set ourselves up for approach. We're also going to need some space to slow down. So we're adding 2 miles already. So we said 36 nautical miles. So now we're at 38 nautical miles. We technically have to go at least another 1,000 feet, which is 3 more nautical miles. So that's 41 nautical miles. And we want to add a couple to that for speed fluctuation. So 45 is what I'm going to say. 45 nautical miles out is when we're going to start our descent. And right now we're at 69 nautical miles out. Does anybody disagree with my calculations? Please let me know in the chat. Let's see. Shivham had it's kind of a shame Shivham had to leave right before we're getting ready to land. That's a bummer, but such is life sometimes, right? Let's see. Yeah, kind of like you guys sucked me in last Tuesday, Abar. Off to get coffee while I'm saying that. Let's take bets on who will have to do a go-around. It's a good question. Will anybody have to do a go-around for that matter? So, we've got Corn, Pat, and Easy all trailing behind me. It looks like they're moving into a nice little trail formation, which is really, really fantastic. Let me pull up something else over here real quick. I just want to see. There we go. So, what we're going to need to do, guys, is we're going to need to spread out a little bit as we get ready to descend here. So in about 20 miles, we're going to start our descent. So my recommendation is that you guys give yourselves a little room back there and be ready to start your descents at the same time. Not at the same time I'm starting mine, but at the same distance as what I'm starting mine. So when you hit 45 nautical miles out, that'd be a great time for you to start your descent. That being said, just pulling up Sky Vector over here, and this is going to be interesting. So we are going wow. So I'm looking at Sky Vector over here, and on this side, the side we're on, and you can see it out the windscreen there, is a bunch of mountains, right? And the minimum safe altitude essentially on the route we are on is 8,000 feet. However, off to the left a little bit is it's called the Turnagain Arm, and it's actually a valley that runs between 2 sets of mountains and then up around the corner to Anchorage. But the visibility's crap. So how do we find our way over there? I think what we need to do now, if we had a navigator, our navigator would say, here's what you do. You turn to this heading and you'll be good to go, right? But we don't have a navigator, so we don't have that luxury. But looking on here, if we turn probably 10 degrees to the left, this is what I'm thinking. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. This is us right here. If we turn about 10 degrees to the left, that should take us right up in here, and we can still start our descent at the same time, but we need to watch these mountains. Thankfully, all of the clouds are below the tops of the mountains, so we can at least see if we're on the right track. So while it's probably not the it's probably a gutsy move, I think that's what we're going to do here. I think we are going to... I'm a little nervous about this, to be honest with you. Let me get your thoughts. What do you guys think? Pat's gonna do the go around. Yeah, probably. Corn's afraid. Spartan's putting a sword up there because he has nothing better to do. Yeah, the valley flying should be interesting if we can see. It is not RNAV equipped. YOLO it. YOLO it. Okay. What is our current heading? 279. I'm switching to heading mode here. So let's start at 270. Let's go to heading mode. Nav, heading. This thing, come on. I hate that it does that. Okay, so we're turning to 270 at the moment. Now, let me track, what is the EDF VOR? Why do I not have that frequency on my, I messed that one up, didn't I? That's right, I can get it here really quick. Watch this. This is why SkyVector is so awesome. We gotta find it, of course, first. So EDF is where? And we're getting close to our descent point too, aren't we? I mean, Anchorage has its own VOR. Right? And that one is... Are you kidding me? The frequency's cut off on it. Okay. Let's do it this way. Come on. Airport operations. VOR for TED, which is the Anchorage VOR, is 113.15. We're at 48 nautical miles, by the way. 113 points. That was the wrong button. 15. So 113.15. .4 for TED. Okay, thanks. I'm getting a different frequency on TeamSpeak here. A few more degrees to the left. Shooting for that valley. Hoping for the best. You said 113.4? I'm going to trust him on this. 113.4. 113.4, there it is. Alright. Let's see. We're on nav there. Why is it not kicking in? Well, that's interesting. It's not popping up on my my Omni bearing receiver. I need to start my descent though. Down we go. Let's take it down. I'm going to start it down to 8,000 since that's my minimum safe altitude. 8,000 or 1,000 feet per minute. Away we go. I've got TED as 113.15 on AirNav. So I don't know which one's right, brother. Well, guys, I'm looking on here, and to be honest with you, I don't know. So the thing is EDF is a little northeast of Anchorage, but that valley we're flying is southwest of Anchorage. Well, south of Anchorage. So we're gonna, let me bring this over here for you. So Anchorage is here. This is where the airport is, and then EDF is right up here. All right. So, and EDF is Elmendorf Air Force Base. So I'm probably looking at this the wrong way. What we really need to be doing is we need to track in on EDF, which the VOR for that is that's the ATIS. Where is my? Yeah, so that's not a VOR. That's the thing. EDF is just the airport. So what we're going to do is we're going to track the Anchorage VOR, which is TED, and TED is 113.15. So we're going to go back to that. Wrong one. 113.15. And it's not, even that's not showing up. I can only assume that's because of the mountains. So, and we're going to see what happens here. That's what we're going to do. We're going to see what happens. So we need to go a little more to the left here, it looks like. Let's see, looking at my GPS layout here just to get a feel for it. Oh yeah, we need to go way more left actually. So let's scoot to the left some more. So our valley should be like right up over here, basically. We're basically, the valley's like, it starts like right in here, and it's going to come up and around, and then Anchorage is going to be right over here, and Elmendorf's going to be a little bit up here. So what do we got in the comments here? Oh, let me check my speed first. Yeah, we're over 180. So let's go ahead and roll this back a little bit. Quite a bit, actually. Getting a little fast there. As we're descending, you notice that the manifold pressure came up quite a bit as well. So, no RNAV. Is that what you would call bush flying? Yeah, I think so. That's what we'll call bush flying. Easy's got it at 113.4 also, but it's not registering at 113.4. It's not registering at 113.15 either. For whatever reason, it's not popping up. I'm assuming it's because of the mountains. So this is going to be interesting any way you shake it. Hey, Brar, I don't think you know chicken metal. What are we doing again? We are currently flying at 250 degrees towards this valley and descending to 8,000 feet. That's what we're doing. Have fun. Spartan, do you have anything better to do besides put weird drawings up there with, I guess you're using letters and symbols? 250, Corn, 250. That's a tank? Is that what that's supposed to be? I don't know if that's a tank. Well, 16 people have joined us now, and they've joined at the perfect time because we're going to try not to fly into the mountains. And we're going to be flying into what you can clearly see is some very foggy weather. So, yeah. And I don't even know if 250 is going to cut it on the heading here. Nope. We're going to go... Okay, guys, go ahead and crank it all the way over to 240. This is the valley right here, guys. This is the valley. So we need to get between those mountains there and these mountains here. And we're at 10,000 feet, and I just heard something go bang. So I'm going to let that fly that for a second, and I'm going to go make sure nobody got themselves killed. I'll be right back. Sim's still going, though. Alright, everybody's still alive, so that's good. Turn the camera back on here. Here we go. Alright. Alright, so into the valley of death we go here. So what we're trying to do is we're going to scoot right up here, and then we're going to follow around the other side of this mountain here. And really what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to descend down. We're coming up on 8,000 feet right now. We're going to keep going. Let's take it all the way down to, what was it, 2,400 was the other overcast. So let's take it down to 3,000. And I hope you guys are able to keep up there on the live stream. It'd be nice if we could all land together, but I don't think that's going to happen anyway. So, because as you can see, it's getting harder and harder to see where we're going here. Our ground speed's way up because we're descending. Let's see, we need to bring those throttles back some more. I'm trying to keep it down around 3,600. I need to start thinking about landing now too. All right. So you can see the water down here. This is the valley I'm talking about. I mean, obviously it's water, but it's a valley between the mountains. And that's where we're trying to go there. So for you guys coming up behind me, I don't know what your picture looks like as far as your weather goes. I know for me, this is going to be a very foggy landing. So, but you can see we're actually coming out over the water now. So I'm going to start turning, what are we headed right now? 240. Yeah, we're going to start turning to about 270 here, give or take a little bit. So let's start cranking it over. Let's go to 250 first. A little at a time. We're just going to work our way into this valley as we continue to descend down. And we've got, what, 22 nautical miles to go. You know, the truth is we're probably going to have to circle around. I don't know. We'll see. We need to slow down some more, though. Definitely going too fast. So let's bring the throttles back some more. Continue to slow her down here. Still got a ways to go. We're at 6,500 feet here. Bringing it down to 3,000, which is going to put us in the clouds. There's no two ways about it. So let's see what the ceiling is. So we know at PAED we're overcast at 1,000 feet. What is the ICAO for Anchorage? PANC. Let's take a look at that real quick. PANC. It doesn't say. Is it foggy? Visibility is 10 miles. So it looks like it might be open there. Well, no. Let's look over here. Overcast. No, they're overcast at 1,000. So I don't know why it's not decoding it down here, but here you can see it's broken at 7,000. Overcast at. No, it's broken at 4, broken at 7, overcast at 10. So, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. And as you can see, we're moving into it. Okay, over to 270 degrees here. I do have the GPS up, so obviously that'll help quite a bit. We're going to need it. I need the. So on the GPS view, this will freeze for just a second. So I can pull up the terrain and see where it is I want to be here, right? So that's what I'm flying by right now because I don't have all the equipment. And I imagine they would have done something similar even without GPS back in the day, but I'm going to take advantage of the fact I have it because I don't want to crash into a mountain here, guys. So what do we got over here? Press the escape key to go to flight analysis and check VOR frequency in FSX. Yeah, I'm not going to do it, but I do know what you're saying, Abrard. I appreciate it. No, Spartan, we are not. Look up PAED on Google and you'll figure it out. You're going to learn. Checking in. I'm doing fantastic. We're about to descend into some really nasty weather here. Well, we're already descending into it. We can't see. And we're going to try and land up here. So we've been at it for almost 5 hours now. I'm doing great. How are you doing? We got 14 people watching and hoping for a disaster. I guarantee that's why we got so many people watching right now. They're hoping for a disaster. Well, I'm hoping to avoid it. So, oh, good times, good times. Okay. Let's see here. I can go. Let's go here, here. I'm using my GPS to help me out a little bit here, guys. Enter. 2. Just giving myself a little line to look at here. Ah, my nose itches. Hey, look, we can see a little bit. That's fantastic. And we're coming up on 3,000 feet, so we're looking really good here right now. How you guys doing behind me there? You guys making it all right? I don't know if you got the weather that I have or what, but yeah. So let's bring her down to 2,000. And eventually we're going to have to get a little lower, but at 2,000 feet we should somewhat be able to see as we scoot up around the corner here and go over the top of Anchorage. So we're turning to 295 degrees here. And you can kind of see, not real good, but you can kind of see, so. And I would imagine, like I said, that they probably would have done something similar back in the day. That's just my guess. Let's go ahead and let's change this frequency. These guys are saying it's 113.4. I'm taking their word for it. Let's see if it pops up as we come around the other side of the mountains here. But for whatever reason, it's not showing up. There we go. It shows that we're 15 miles out from it, but it's not picking up the thing there. And we're into nothing but clouds now. So, so much for any visibility at this altitude, huh? Let's get it down here a little quicker here. It's descending at 500 feet per minute. All right. Yeah, you can just make out the water there. Let's see here. It's going to be fun, but we're not in Antarctica. You can't see any weather at all, just clouds. Yeah, that's true. You can't see anything, can you? There we go. It's kind of in and out now, in and out a little bit. We're coming down to 2,000 feet. That opened up a good bit. That's nice. So Anchorage is actually over here to our right. It's right over there. You can't quite see it, but that's all right. We're going to be turning that way anyway because that's the direction we need to go. So let's bring it over here. So it's saying we need to fly 300 to get to, because or Elmendorf's right over here, like right over here. So, and this thing's like way off now. But we're way far north too, so it's kind of weird the way it works. So we're gonna have to turn way over here. We'll probably take off the autopilot here pretty soon, but let me just make my way around here a little bit. Okay, here we go. Coming around, coming around. Well, at least we're clear of some of the weather. We're going to hit it again when we get over there, though. So it looks like instead of taking runway 24, we're going to be taking runway 34. Runway 34. And is that it right there? It's only 11 miles in front of us. No, that can't be it right there, is it? I don't know. Salem 1144 is now following. Thank you, sir. Let's take it down to 1,000 feet here. Actually, I'm going to take it a little below that. I'm going to take it down to 800 feet. I'm going to be landing on runway 34. Okay, let's roll those throttles way back. Bring our prop RPMs way up. Let's get this bird slowed down here. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Gonna be interesting. Let's see. Let's go back to this and this. There we go. Yeah, with this weather, I can't see anything. Okay, we're slow enough for our landing gear. Landing gear's coming down now. Slow down more, baby. Slow down more. Let's bring in that first flap setting. There we go. Let's get our landing lights on, and wing anti-ice on, and our fuel pumps. And let's hope that we can find this thing. This is going to be interesting. Oh, wow, look at that.
On final, before landing checklist, please. Okay, before landing checklist.
Back iron coming on.
Mixture.
Mixture needs to go to auto rich, right?
Is checked. Prop control. High RPM. Cowl flaps. Set trail. Fuel pumps. Both on. Landing lights. Checked on.
I don't know why the snow
Cabin
comes in and out.
Check both on. Flaps. Flaps are set and checked. Landing gear. Gear down. Green lights. Tail wheel.
You have to lock it.
Locked. Landing checklist complete.
Okay, here we go. Bring the speed down a little bit more. Woo, that is some low weather, isn't it? Alright. Look, there's a tower right there. Glad we didn't run into that thing. Okay, she's going to be over here to our left just a little bit. Man, that is some seriously limited visibility. GPS says we're still 5 miles out. So we don't want to descend too quickly here. Just trying to keep it low enough to stay underneath this weather, which seems to actually be dropping lower as we're flying along, doesn't it? Ooh-wee. I don't know where those guys are behind me, but yeah. I'm trying to focus on flying here. Anything in the comments? Watch out for bears. Okay, we'll watch out for bears. So I'm just using the trim right now to control my rate of descent, and I'm keeping my throttles where they're at. Because we're very low, right? We should be seeing an airfield there pretty soon. Pretty soon. I don't know how we're going to look as far as lining up with the runway goes, but we should see an airfield pretty soon. Remember, our visibility is limited to 2 miles right now. So, yeah. This is the fun stuff, guys. This is the fun stuff. This airplane's really easy to fly, so that helps quite a bit. Quite a bit. We should be seeing it here shortly. Come on, baby. Where you at? Be nice if I recognize landmarks or something, right? That'd make it a lot easier. There's a truck going by down there. Boy, he's moving pretty quick for the conditions. That's a ticket. Oh, man. We're only at 250 feet right now, guys, so the weather's definitely lower than what Active Sky is saying. But I'm just kind of using the GPS to help guide me over to the runway. Zoom that down a little bit. Yeah, so the runway should be like literally almost right in front of us. It's a little to our left, which if we're not careful we'll miss it. Oh, there it is, right there. You see the lights popping out? Woo! It's a good thing we have that GPS in there. Next setting of flaps. We're right on the glide slope. Well, we were. Now we're too high. Okay, here we go. Wow, that is some weather, guys. I don't know if the guys behind me have the kind of weather we have, but yeah. There you have it. That was our little buzzard giving us our minimums. We're a little high, but that's alright. Not too shabby. Thank you for that. Alright, let's clear this runway for these guys coming in behind me. I don't know where they're at, but oh, that was something else, huh? We had just enough fuel in the main tanks too. We never did have to switch over. We're kind of close though. Couple of refuelers there. Kind of hard to see in this thing, isn't it? There's somebody landing right now. I was hoping to get some screenshots, but I guess not. Very nice. Very nice. Let's see if we can get a screenshot out the window at least. Nice. Let's get back down here to the other end. There's another one coming in right now. Let me, track IR coming off here. Oops, I hit the wrong button, but that's alright. Track IR coming off. Let me get this out of my way. Jump outside the airplane here. And see if we can get a shot of them landing. There we go. Oh, and I'm wandering off the... Oops. One more. One more to come in. One more to come in. That's pretty cool though, isn't it? Who are we waiting on? I'll have to look. Hold on. Let me get up over here. Man, that was some weather. I guess those guys aren't having weather issues like I am. Alright, there should be one more coming. Let's bring her to a stop. Track IR coming off. Hop outside here. Bring those flaps up. Alright. Let's see if I can get a view here.
After landing checklist, please. Okay, after landing checklist.
You get to do that.
All flaps full open. Flaps. Flaps are confirmed up. Landing lights. Are off. Pitot heat.
I'll turn it off in a minute. I don't know where the other guy's at. Let me look at the map over here. If I can find it. Where's my FS Cloud map? There it is. Where are they at? Still waiting on Pat. Did Pat do a go-around already? No, Pat didn't do a go-around already. Where you at, Pat? We're waiting on you, buddy. What do you guys think of my landing? Any comments on that over there? Try to get up here and get a view of everybody else. Whoop. You can hear those engines. See how it raises up when you go forward because the angle of the aircraft is what it is. Where'd my map go again? Get back over there so I can see ya. Pat's coming in. He'll be along here shortly. Let's see here. We got a good screenshot. Some helos in there. We're missing an airplane. Thanks, Jorgen. Easy lined up right behind me. That was disappointingly easy. Thanks. Glad you enjoyed the trip to Salem. Thanks for joining us. I really appreciate it. Pat's coming in last. He circled at PANC. Alright. Who are we missing here? Oh, there we are over there. Where'd you go? Who is that? Is that well, it's easy right behind me, so that must be, what's his name? Corn. Look at him sliding around a corner there. Go easy on that thing, buddy. That's hilarious. That's fantastic. Oh, nice little view here, though. Where's Pat? Pat is... I don't know, it looks like, according to the map over here, he's on the ground, but I don't see him. Let's see if we see him coming in here. Nope, we're not seeing him coming in or nothing. Let's see where his plane's at. Pat. Oh, Pat, you having a hard time finding us, buddy? Yeah, you're out there a little way. Pat ran out of fuel. It shows his engine's running here, but his engine's shut down. That's why he's not with us. Pat ran out of fuel. That's awesome. Oh, that's classic. Hey, you doing all right there, Corn? You look like you're struggling a little, buddy. Come on over here and line up behind Easy, and let's get one more screenshot here. And then I'll take a screenshot of Pat. Pat, don't close down your sim yet. I want a screenshot of you in the woods over there. Look, he's sliding it around the corner. Oh, it's good times, man. Good stuff. So let's get a screenshot. I should have grabbed one while I was there. Let's get a screenshot of Pat in the woods. There's Pat right there. Bam. That was fantastic. Okay, let's go ahead and finish shutting down here. Pitot heat off.
Fuel pumps.
Fuel pumps coming off. Come on.
Checked. Trim.
Oh, you got to reset the trim too.
Set to 0. Tail wheel unlocked. After landing checklist complete.
Okay, we're not going to taxi it in, so let's go into our shutdown checklist.
Well, that was a nice flight. Very nice, Captain. And the shutdown checklist, please. Shutdown checklist. Mixture. Idle cutoff. Magnetors and ignition master.
Oh, you got it going now?
Off. Tail wheel unlocked.
Goodbye, Captain.
Parking
See
brake
you on the next
set
flight.
and checked. Wheel chocks. Chocks are set. Lights. Checked. Inverters is off. Avionics off. Generators both off. Battery that's off. Shutdown checklist complete.
Ladies and gentlemen, that completes leg number 2, flying the Hump. And we had 4 wonderful individuals with us on this flight today. I want to thank all 4 of you. Easy, thanks for joining us. Glad you were able to make it. My friend Pat, always a pleasure, brother. Thanks for coming along. And Corn, thank you so much. I'm so thrilled that you were able to join with us today. It was fantastic. I had a lot of fun, guys. I really did. And to all of you who are here on the live stream watching away, we're up to 21 now. Apparently somebody must have made an announcement somewhere that I was about to crash or something. We got some great chat coming in at the end here. He stalled and grounded. He took her right. This is fantastic. DC-3 Tokyo Drift. Yeah, he was all over the place. That was pretty wild watching him skid around out there. Buffalo would have cried. J.A. Pascal, thanks for joining us. I really appreciate it. Chicken Metal, thanks for coming. Abrar, glad you're able to hop in. Jorgen Learn, thank you so much. Corn, again, thank you, sir. There's a whole bunch of you on here. I don't even think I can get to everybody. Spartan, thanks for the interesting pictures. It was mildly amusing. And to whoever else is part of the 21 people that hopped on here at the end of this stream, thank you, every one of you, for joining me. It was a lot of fun. I had a really good time, and I really appreciate it. Don't forget that I am going to go and upload this over to YouTube sometime in the next few days as a video. Hop down below. There's a button for YouTube. You can click there. It'll take you right to my YouTube channel. You can subscribe there. Don't forget to like us on Facebook. That's where the announcements for all live streams take place. And the photos from this live stream will be up on there as well. You can follow us on Twitter. And if you haven't already done so, follow us here on Twitch at CaptainMac3588. Thank you once again to every one of you. As always, keep the blue side up, or in this case, the gray, white, snowy side up, unless otherwise instructed by ATC. Thank you once again, every one of you. God bless you, and have a fantastic day.